In the 110th Congress, Democrats held a meeting beginning at precisely the same time, 1 a.m., on August 2007, on the Children's Health and Protection Act. I was there. When this was discussed on the floor earlier yesterday, Mr. McGovern responded that this was decades ago. However, we've looked back and observed that you did indeed convene a hearing at 1:30 a.m. only a short time ago in 2022. It was for an omnibus, in addition to a short-term CR. Once again, those who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Secondly, the letter asked, what else are you hiding? I want to be clear. I have been as open and transparent as possible throughout this entire process, as has the Speaker and everyone else involved. We posted the text of the Rules Committee print late Sunday night after the Budget Committee ordered the legislation reported, and we posted a comparative print at the same time showing the changes between the reported bill and the Rules Committee print. There have been many complaints from my friends on the other side about not knowing about whether there will be a manager's amendment and what will be in it. There will be a manager's amendment. It is how reconciliation has operated under both Republican and Democrat control. I certainly can't control the time that it will be ready, but I can assure my Democrat colleagues that they will certainly have more time than we were given in 2009 when a 309-page manager's amendment was dropped on us when the ranking member began reading the motion to report a rule for H.R. 2454. 309-page manager's amendment was dropped on us when the now ranking member began reading the motion to report a rule for H.R. 2454. The record is there. Our friends on the other side of the aisle love to cherry pick the facts about how this meeting is taking place in the dark of night. They've done it for several committee markups thus far. Never mind the fact that the only reason the hearings went as long as they did was because Democrats engaged in the legislative process, which is their right. But here's the thing, they can't have their cake and eat it too. They cannot complain about reporting legislation in the dark of night when the only reason it went so late was because of their own actions. Now, in the case of the Rules Committee, the same holds true. The Rules Committee has a long tradition of meeting late into the evening and reporting legislation long after most of America has gone to bed. It is our duty to advance the agenda of the House of Representatives, the People's House. Let's roll the clocks back to when Democrats held the majority in the 110th and 111th Congress. They reported legislation out of the Rules Committee well into the twilight hours. I know of what I speak. I was on the Rules Committee then. For example, HRES 587, 3:47 a.m., HRES 481, 2:09 a.m., HRES 597, 3:43 a.m., HRES 903, 2:25 a.m., and HRES 445 in the 116th Congress, 12:20 a.m. I do not think there's anything wrong with this. It is how the committee has operated when necessary. It has occurred under Democrat and Republican control. In this case, I do believe we'll be reporting not in the dark of night, but after the day has dawned. I encourage my colleagues on the other side to prove me wrong. Now to the business that's before us this morning. There'll be a lot of commentary from our friends across the aisle about what is not within this legislation. We'll experience ad nauseum a lot of granular level grievances, legislative indigestion, and I'm sure considerable allergic reactions to everything under the sun. It'll be the same song and dance routine that we've seen and heard for months, likely with more drama than Shakespeare on the Hill. Despite their misleading rhetoric and talking points, Democrats had their opportunities to deliver when they had full control and passed their own reconciliation packages. They did nothing to make the middle-class-centered Trump tax permanent. Despite the existence of the expiration of these tax cuts within their 10-year window, they refused. They even refused to raise the top income tax bracket, despite all their campaign talking points. Instead, they passed the so-called Inflation Reduction Act and the so-called American Rescue Plan Act that led to reckless spending and record inflation. But Republicans are here to do our jobs. And our jobs, in this case, isn't out of discretion. It's grounded in statute. We're considering legislation that executes the instructions given to the committees pursuant to the budget resolution, one that passed both chambers and is binding on this body and the Senate. And our express purpose is this: to ensure that our federal spending, taxation, and other revenue-generating concepts align with the current needs of the American people. The American people and this government, by extension, cannot afford inaction. Americans need this legislation to ensure our economic survival and the sustainability of this Republican government. Americans cannot afford the largest tax hike in our nation's history. Americans cannot afford the runaway, endless spending machines that Democrats have enshrined via their policies. Americans cannot afford the inflation caused by the Democrats in the last 4 years. Americans cannot afford a soft, fragile embrace of President Trump's successful policies on the border, national security, and growth. Inflation has fallen to the lowest level in more than 4 years, as April's consumer price index smashed expectations for the third straight month. Workers' real wages are up 1.9%, increasing each of the last 3 months. Encounters with gotaways, the top threat to public safety, are down by 95%. In March of 2025, fentanyl traffic at the southern border fell by 54% compared to March of 2024. Lastly, Americans and this government cannot afford to ignore the specific pro-growth provisions that President Trump campaigned on. Our bill delivers on the specific acute policies American workers embraced. We end taxes on tips. We end taxes on overtime. We boost tax deductions for seniors. We expand family-centered tax incentives like the child tax credit, the standard deduction, and family leave. The One Big Beautiful Bill is our answer to the American people's mandate from November. It is a clear, full-throated response to the millions of hardworking men and women across the entire nation who demand a serious course correction from the last 4 years and the setting of our fiscal situation on a sustainable footing. The committees within the House have all completed their respective parts, and all the pieces have come together. I commend all the committees, chairmen, members, and staff who worked for months, often well into the night and early hours of the morning, to craft the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. We're here to finish the job and ship this legislation to the House floor. With that, I look forward to the discussion. I now yield to the ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any comments he wishes to make.
Well, that's a lot to digest. Thank you. Madam Chair, before we get into the substance here, I've got a simple question. What the hell are Republicans so afraid of? what the hell are you so scared of that you guys are holding this hearing at 1 o'clock in the morning? It's a simple question that speaks to the heart of what's going on here, and one that I'm going to keep on asking. If Republicans are so proud of what is in this bill, then why are you trying to ram it through in the dead of night? If you guys are so proud to kick 14 million people off Medicaid, if you guys are so proud to rip food assistance out of the refrigerators of moms and dads and their kids, if you guys are so proud of shutting down rural hospitals and hurting our farmers, if you guys really think these are such great, awesome, beautiful things to do, like Trump keeps saying, then why not hold this hearing at 1 p.m. and not 1 a.m.? Why not debate this bill in prime time when most of the American people can watch? It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I think it's prime time in Guam. And I think it's crystal clear. It's crystal clear to everyone what this is all about. Now, the chairwoman wants to pretend like meeting at 1 o'clock in the morning is business as usual around here. It is not. This is not normal at all. She had to go back 20 years into the archives to dig up a single example of rules meeting at 1 a.m. And I guess, is that supposed to be some kind of gotcha? I'm actually glad she went back 2 decades to bring it up, because in 2007, Democrats convened the Rules Committee at 1 a.m. to protect people's health care. You guys have us meeting at 1 a.m. to rip it away. Now look at the record. George W. Bush was president, and the Children's Health Insurance Program was about to expire. That's an actual emergency, not a fake emergency like this. He vetoed not 1, but 2 of the bills that we sent him because he didn't want to cover those additional kids. So you guys caught us doing what exactly? Trying to protect coverage for uninsured kids. Great, we're proud of that. There is no comparison here. This is a 1,000-page bill, for God's sake. 1,000+ pages, and you want to shove it through in the dead of night because Trump said, close your eyes and vote for it. You're using emergency procedures to jam this through Congress to meet an artificial deadline that you created yourselves because the billionaires just couldn't wait for their tax cut. It's astonishing, really. It takes my breath away. It's just over 100 days, and you guys have gone from promising to lower costs to ripping away people's health care. Now, of course, you don't want anyone to know what you're doing here. It's because you know that this bill betrays the people who voted for you. You have the most ineffective Congress in a century. You've passed almost no legislation into law. And this is how you want to roll out your big centerpiece legislation at 1 o'clock in the morning. This isn't just incompetence. It's much more nefarious than that. You are intentionally hiding what you are doing. What an insult to the people of this country. What disdain you guys must have for the people who voted for you. You know, people are so tired of getting screwed over by a system that doesn't work for them. America is fed up with this BS, and people want change. And I don't blame them. I'm fed up too. They want us to make things better for regular people. And what your big, ugly bill does is the exact opposite. You guys and Trump are perpetuating the exact broken system that people hate. You're rigging things for the rich and powerful. More tax breaks for billionaires while regular people get screwed. More giveaways for those at the top while moms and dads struggle to get by. More loopholes into the tax code for Wall Street CEOs and bankers while working families fall further and further behind. That's the Republican agenda. That's what you guys think is big and beautiful. Greed, corruption, and tax breaks for billionaires. You want to steal from the wallets of working class people, steal from their ability to buy food and get health care, and then you have the nerve to claim that this bill is about cutting costs and reducing waste? Give me a break. This bill raises the debt limit by $4 trillion. $4 trillion with a T. Even your own members, budget hawks in the House and Senate, weren't happy with the latest version of this bill because they know it will blow up our deficit. And the true cost is likely trillions of dollars higher, a cost shouldered by the American taxpayer. So you want to cut taxes for the rich and pay for it by exploding the debt and stealing from the American people. Stealing from people with the least so you guys can give more to those with the most. And I just I just find that fundamentally wrong, fundamentally cruel, totally out of touch, and totally and fundamentally immoral. Now, let me walk through what your bill does, since you guys are so eager to sweep it under the rug. First, you are making the biggest cuts to Medicaid in American history. As a result of this bill, nearly 14 million Americans will lose their health care, and millions more will pay higher premiums, co-pays, and deductibles. That's just a fact. Hospitals will close, nursing homes will shut down, and people will die. And not a single one of the proposals in your bill is about making Medicaid work better. Not one. Your bill doesn't save Medicaid. Your bill destroys Medicaid. We can and we should make Medicaid work better. Absolutely. Instead, your bill creates more red tape, more hurdles, and kicks struggling people off their health insurance. Now, who asked for this garbage? I mean, more red tape? Oh, boy. When I talk to people back home, that's exactly what they want with their health care. More red tape. I mean, come on. And then, if that's not bad enough, you are making the biggest cut to food assistance in American history. According to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, at least 5 million Americans will lose food assistance under your plan. 5 million more hungry Americans because of this bill. And that's probably a lowball estimate, by the way. You're slashing benefits from children, from seniors living on fixed incomes, from veterans who served this country and now rely on food assistance just to get by. And why? And why? So that the top 0.1%, people making over $3.5 million a year, can pocket $314,000 a year in new tax giveaways. I mean, you are literally taking food off kids' plates to buy Elon Musk another yacht. I guess he's getting a good return on his campaign donations, but I just find this whole thing disgusting. And look, at the end of the day, this is simple. It is simple. It's about whose side you're on. You guys wrote this bill for the top 0.1%. You wrote it for the billion-dollar corporations who offshore jobs and dodge taxes. You wrote it for the big oil and big pharma CEOs who rip people off. You wrote it for the rich and famous, for the people who never, ever have to worry about where their next meal is coming from or how to take care of their elderly parents. So you guys picked a side, okay? You picked the billionaires. I get it. You want to betray the people who voted for you. You want to sell them out because Trump told you to. But guess what? Democrats are picking a side too. And we are siding with the vast, vast, vast majority of Americans who you are going to screw over with this bill. We are siding with the 14 million parents and grandparents who are going to get kicked off health care if this monstrosity passes. We're siding with struggling families who are already having a hard time buying groceries, and the farmers whose incomes will drop because you're gutting the nutrition programs that create demand for the food that they grow, and the rural grocery stores that they support, and the nurses who will lose their jobs when you start closing down rural hospitals. That's who we're siding with, and that's who we choose to fight for. Now, I've seen a lot in my time in Congress. I've seen my fair share of bad bills, but this takes the cake. This is not policy. This is theft. It is a direct transfer of wealth from the working and middle class to the ultra-wealthy, and it's being done on purpose and under the cover of night. Republicans have had every opportunity to make life better for the American people. You guys have a unified Republican government. You have the House. You have the Senate. You have the White House. You could have invested in housing, in child care, in clean energy, in community health. You could have closed tax loopholes and make sure that billionaires pay what they owe. Instead, you chose to side with those at the top. You chose to line the pockets of your rich donors, and the health and security of regular people be damned. This is not a governing philosophy. It is a scam. It is a scam. A scam. And I wasn't sent here to vote for trash like this. For the life of me, I cannot understand why you were doing this. Why the hell did you choose a career of public service just to do this? Just to rip away the health care and food assistance and security of working and middle-class Americans? Is that really what you came here to do? I don't understand this. I don't understand the cruelty. And let me say this to every Republican member who votes for this. You own it. You own it. You own every hospital that closes, every child that goes to bed hungry, every senior who loses care, and every American family forced to choose between groceries and rent, between their heating bill and their child care, between their kid's birthday party and their parents' long-term care. So you guys can force us to debate this bill in the dead of night. You can do it while the country sleeps. But the American people will wake up tomorrow morning, and I guarantee you they will wake up to how terrible your agenda is. They will remember this moment. They will remember who stood with the billionaires and who stood with them. We will make sure they remember, and I'll be damned if we let this pass quietly. I'm going to fight like hell, and I know I won't be alone. This is a farce, an outrageous insult to the people of this country to bring up a 1,000-page bill at 1 o'clock in the morning, a bill that's still being written, by the way, by Republicans as we speak, in a back room somewhere, for God's sake. And then to try to jam it through Congress in the middle of the night when nobody is watching is just unbelievably cynical. This is why people hate Washington. So if you guys think this ugly bill is so damn beautiful, like Trump keeps saying, you should have the courage to debate it in prime time. Madam Chair, we should reconvene at a reasonable hour and debate your bill in full view of the American people, not in the middle of the night like cowards. And for that reason, I move that the Rules Committee do now adjourn.
The gentleman, the question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
As for a roll call, Madam Chair.
The gentleman has asked for a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll. Why don't you just let me call?
Ms. Fishbach?
No.
Ms. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy?
No.
Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott?
No.
Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Legge-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Legge-Fernandez, aye. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the tally.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. We will move on. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. I now welcome our first panel, Chairman Rogers and Representative Smith from the Committee on Armed Services, Chairman Arrington and Representative Boyle from the Committee on the Budget, Chairman Hill and Representative Waters from the Committee on Financial Services, and Chairman Comer and Representative Lynch. There he is. Chairman Lynch from the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. Your full statements will be submitted. Welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. I appreciate the opportunity to present the Armed Services Committee Reconciliation title. The HAS title provides $150 billion in mandatory funding to modernize our military, revitalize the defense industrial base, and improve quality of life for our service members. The time for this level of investment is long overdue. The threats we face from China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and others are much more complex and challenging than at any point in our history. We are being outpaced by our adversaries in the development and deployment of critical capabilities. Our defense industrial base is atrophied to the point where we may no longer be able to sustain prolonged conflict, and it all stems from a chronic underinvestment in our national security. Defense spending is not keeping up with inflation. In fact, we are currently at the lowest level of defense spending as a percentage of GDP since before World War II. That anemic level of investment is endangering our national security, and it must change. Reconciliation gives us the opportunity to do just that. It forces the department to start building the future of American defense now. It invests billions to accelerate deployment of new, low-cost, attritable autonomous systems. These unmanned air, surface, and underwater systems are the key to victory on future battlefields. The HASS title will go a long way toward restoring American deterrence and building our ready, capable, and lethal fighting force that President Trump has promised. Finally, I'm very pleased to be able to report that the committee reported this out on a bipartisan basis. I think that demonstrates the underlying bipartisan consensus we have to increase investment in our national security. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your help in moving this critical bill forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really just have 2 points. I mean, certainly I agree with the Chairman of the Armed Services Committee that we face a very complex threat environment and a need to modernize our military in a bunch of different directions. I'm not sure I agree on what the total number of the budget should be for the House Armed Services Committee, but 2 crucial points. If you believe that the Defense Department needs more money, that we need to spend more money on defense, you cannot vote for this reconciliation bill. This reconciliation bill is going to cut taxes over 10 years by somewhere between $5 and $7 trillion, depending on how you guys all finally decide what you're going to put in there and what you're not going to put in there. It is going to increase the debt and the deficit by $3.5 trillion or thereabouts. So whatever we cram into this bill, whatever $150 billion I guess they're going to try to throw at defense, will be irrelevant a year or 2 or 3 or 4 years from now, because our $35 trillion debt will continue to grow. Our $1.8 trillion yearly deficit will continue to grow. You won't have money to make an investment in anything, not even defense. So we are not going to see an increase in defense spending over the long haul because we are giving away all of the money. If, in fact, you believe that defense is that important, then you ought to be willing to pay for it. We simply cannot continue to borrow money forever. So it's not going to help defense. If you are a defense hawk, you cannot vote for this reconciliation bill, which leads into the second point. I have heard for a very long time from my Republican colleagues that the reason they have to pass their budget is because of the existential threat that the debt and the deficit pose for our nation. I wish I could replay all of the incredibly passionate speeches that I've heard on the floor and elsewhere from my Republican colleagues about how terrible this is. And that's what the reconciliation bill was going to do. And I can picture all of your constituents who you made these promises to, and then you get back here and you put this reconciliation bill up there and they say, well, how'd we do? How'd we do on getting the debt down? Well, it's difficult, it's complicated, but we actually added $3 trillion to it. So the budget hawks in the Republican conference, are you going to stand up tomorrow and say we were lying to you? We never really meant it? It's just ridiculous that you would consider passing a reconciliation bill that's going to add $3 trillion to the debt after, my gosh, the speeches I heard would have made you think that not getting the debt under control was going to kill us all in like a year. So this reconciliation bill is an utter disaster for the country for a lot of the reasons. I associate myself with many of the remarks that Mr. McGovern made on all the things that are being cut. But if you care about defense and you care about the debt, how in the hell can you vote for this? I look forward to someone making that argument at some point. So I hope that the Republicans who care about the debt and care about defense will vote this bill down. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Chairman Hill, you're recognized.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Ranking Member McGovern. I've never considered myself much of a morning person, and this takes it to a whole new level. A few weeks ago, the House Financial Services Committee completed work on the assignment to us on the budget resolution from Congress adopted early in April. The resolution asked us to decrease the deficit by at least $1 billion over the 2025 to 2034 period. we've done that. We've rescinded the remaining unobligated balances with the Department of Housing and Urban Development's Green and Resilient Retrofit Program created under the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. We ended the Public Accounting Oversight Board's authority to collect regulatory fees and transferred any unused balances to the Treasury. Audit oversight will continue without disruption. We put a firm cap on the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's budget, setting its funding at no more than $249 million for fiscal 2025, with an annual adjustment for inflation going forward. For the CFPB Civil Penalty Fund, once direct victims are compensated, remaining funds will be transferred to the Treasury's general fund. Finally, we capped the assessment collected by the Office of Financial Research at the Treasury, aligning them with the average annual expenses of the Financial Stability Oversight Council over the past 3 years. Any surplus will, once again, be returned to the Treasury. I'm pleased to report that the Financial Services Committee exceeded our instruction by the Budget Committee, and that the CBO estimates the deficit will decrease by $5.2 billion from the efforts of our committee. During our markup, we spent over 9 hours debating our portion of this reconciliation bill. We considered all 40 amendments that our Democratic colleagues offered and did not limit the minority's ability to propose modifications to the underlying legislative text. After this long, comprehensive process, we favorably transmitted our committee print to fulfill our obligations to the reconciliation bill before rules today. I want to thank all my colleagues. I want to remind all my colleagues to recall why we are here. The American people voted for fiscal responsibility. They voted for change. Our country is currently $37 trillion in debt, paying billions of dollars in interest each day on that debt. This year alone, we'll spend almost $1 trillion on total interest. If Congress fails to get our fiscal house in order, our debt will continue to grow exponentially, and our grandchildren will pay the consequences. For too long, government spending has been on a one-way ratchet up. So we're here today to finally do the difficult work of extricating our nation from this fiscal predicament. Financial Services Committee portion of the concurrent resolution does more than its part to reduce the deficit. I'm eager to finish our work and finally tackle these issues. I ask the committee for your support in advancing this bill to the House floor. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Representative Waters, you're recognized.
Well, I can't let that not be heard. Well, here we are. Republicans have dragged us here in the dead of the night, under the guise of having a productive hearing about the GOP tax scam bill. But the truth is that Republicans couldn't care less about how bad this bill is. They're going to sit here and ignore every single thing that I and my Democratic colleagues have to say about this bill and how it will harm hard-working American families. And it's all because they are afraid of Donald Trump. They're so afraid of Donald Trump that they will gladly allow the American people to serve as collateral damage to the $5 trillion handout, $5 trillion handout to billionaires in this bill. They're so afraid of Donald Trump that they're okay with him getting richer while their constituents are getting poor. This isn't hyperbole. This is real life. This bill cuts programs that will literally make American families poor and make Donald Trump and his billionaire donors richer. I was there at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau after Trump and Elon Musk illegally attempted to shut down the Bureau. I heard from consumers about what shutting down the agency means for them. This is the very same agency that, following the 2008 financial crisis, which many of us in this room remember, was created to stop predatory financial institutions from ripping off our constituents. The same agency that has saved American families $21 billion by returning to them funds that were swindled out of them. Trump failed to shut the agency down in court. So now they're trying to soliciting the help of Republicans. This bill, this budget scheme will slash the Bureau's budget by 70% and put the agency's crucial work, like cracking down on illegal junk fees, tackling discrimination in housing, and protecting service members and students from scams, to a grinding halt. This is all to cut taxes for billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. Republicans are also pushing to gut the Financial Stability Oversight Council and Treasury's Office of Financial Research, agencies that are designed to prevent another financial crisis like the one in 2008. They're eliminating funding for affordable housing construction despite a national homelessness crisis. I also showed up at HUD because I know the harm this will pose to families. They're also so desperate to do Trump's bidding that they're eliminating another agency that doesn't cost taxpayers anything, the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, which oversees auditors to prevent frauds like Enron and ensure that companies controlled by the Chinese Communist Party are on the up. What's even more sinister about Republicans dismantling our financial institutions, that they're doing this in the middle of an economic crisis. Our economy is falling behind Europe, China, and Canada. Americans are so economically anxious that they're holding off on starting a family and buying a home. The so-called pro-family party is making it harder for Americans to have kids and ripping away the American dream of home ownership. Inflation is rising, the dollar is down, yields are up, and borrowing is getting more expensive. And just this past Friday, Moody's lowered the United States credit rating because of Trump's reckless tariff policies and growing concerns about how this bill would jack up our debt by giving a massive, unnecessary handout to billionaires. Don't forget, he is all carrying out the most egregious crypto scheme in history, a scam that is enriching himself and his family while average investors lose money. But nothing in the bill addresses this crisis. Trump has thrown the U.S. economy. He's put us in this position. Republicans, let's face it, you're not serious about helping your constituents. You only care about kissing up to King Trump. This isn't what the American people elected us for. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Waters. Mr. Arrington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the Rules Committee. Only in the mind of a Democrat could a 22% tax hike prevention be a bill that's characterized as trash. Only in the mind of a Democrat could giving our soldiers, our sons and daughters in uniform, what they need to be ready to protect us, to keep us safe and free, be a scam. Only in the mind of a Democrat would keeping illegal immigrants from receiving taxpayer-funded social services so that we could sustain those programs for American citizens now and into the future could be a scam or trash. And I got a whole lot of other talking points, and I look forward to the conversation. The reconciliation bill under consideration today is the principal legislative vehicle for advancing the full America First agenda to realize President Trump's vision and House Republicans' unwavering commitment to making America safe and prosperous again. Our goals were as follows: to strengthen our military and secure our border, to reignite economic growth and unleash American prosperity, and to rein in wasteful Washington spending and begin the process of restoring the fiscal health of our great nation. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act contains the largest tax cuts, security investment, federal energy asset deployment, and spending reduction in the history of the United States of America.
This is an historic moment. We believe it's a generational opportunity to reclaim the American promise, to renew the American spirit and restore America's greatness. The American people gave President Trump a mandate and unified Republican leadership in Congress to reverse course on the failed policies of the last 4 years. Their message to Washington, Madam Chair, I believe was crystal clear. They want competent leaders, common sense policies, and a commitment from everybody in this room, all of the lawmakers and leaders of our great country, to be committed to putting America and Americans first. Let's give the voters what they got, what they asked for today. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Arrington. Mr. Boyle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you to all the members who go above and beyond by serving on the Rules Committee. When I was a teen, my late mother would often say, "Nothing good happens after midnight." Now I know what she meant. This big bill for billionaires will truly hurt working Americans. Let me highlight some of the major points. First, it will bring about, according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, the greatest loss of health care coverage in American history. It does it in several ways. First, by providing and instituting the biggest cut to Medicaid in American history. Second, by launching devastating cuts to Obamacare. Those two combined will result in a loss of health care for about 14 million Americans. But that's not all. Just tonight, a few hours ago, the bombshell came out. The nonpartisan CBO's official numbers show this bill will bring about an over $500 billion cut to Medicare, one of the largest cuts to Medicare since the program was created in 1965. So the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, devastating cuts to the Affordable Care Act, and one of the largest cuts to Medicare in American history. And why? To help subsidize tax cuts that mostly go to the top 1%. And of course, those cuts I highlighted to healthcare aren't the only cuts that are in here. We also have included the largest cuts to nutrition assistance and food programs in American history, cuts to all sorts of education programs, and the list goes on and on and on. And does that, in the end, mean most working Americans will be better off? No, because also out from CBO just tonight are the distributional effects of this bill. It's in its entirety. And what does it show? The bottom 10% of Americans will actually be poorer as a result of this bill, with the biggest benefit going to the top 1% of Americans. What is also quite clear is that this bill is not entirely paid for. Even after all of those cuts to Medicaid, all of those cuts to Medicare, all of those cuts to the Affordable Care Act and nutrition assistance and on, they don't come close to paying for the cost of the tax cuts. So how's the rest paid for? It isn't. Just tacking on more and more to our national debt. No wonder just on Friday evening, Moody's delivered the third credit downgrade this nation has ever received. This is truly, I think all sides will agree with this, a significant piece of legislation. Frankly, I think one of the most consequential in our lifetimes. Sadly, though, I believe the consequences for my constituents and most working Americans will be absolutely devastating. I urge you to reject it. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle. Chairman Comer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Dr. Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. Today, I'm here to talk about a generational opportunity to realize reforms that address the budget deficit. The provisions proposed by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform in Title IX of this bill are part of President Trump's larger effort to improve the fiscal health of the federal government. Last November, Democrats offered to provide more of the same, but the American people instead elected President Trump to a historic second term on promises to change Washington, D.C. The deficit reductions in Title IX of the reconciliation package codify part of the President's vision for enacting his agenda and achieving significant taxpayer savings. Congressional procedure, precedent, and tradition too often contribute to an ever-expanding federal government. Meanwhile, too little is done to shrink the administrative state and make the federal bureaucracy more efficient. The budget reconciliation process provides a rare opportunity to reverse that trajectory. Fundamentally, Congress instructed the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform to advance policies that reduce the federal deficit by at least $50 billion. Despite our committee's limited jurisdiction over mandatory spending programs, we passed a package of budget reforms that save a significant sum. We are in a fiscal crisis. The reforms we moved out of the Oversight Committee met the moment in terms of addressing that fiscal crisis. We did the job we needed to do on behalf of the American taxpayers and future generations. The simple truth is that federal employee retirement benefits significantly outpace those of the private sector. To this point, the Congressional Budget Office issued an April 2024 report that I requested, stating that, quote, benefits for federal workers cost 43% more per hour worked on average than benefits for private sector workers, end quote. CBO stated further that, quote, benefits also constituted a larger share of total compensation for federal workers than for workers in the private sector, end quote. Most of the costs associated with these benefits are funded by hardworking taxpayers in the private sector and federal borrowing. I understand that our conference includes members that represent different constituencies. I support leadership's work to combine our package with the provisions reported by other committees into one bill that can gain the support of our conference. And I thank my colleagues for working with leadership to represent their constituents and reach an agreement on a package that advances significant budget-saving reforms. I fully support our collective efforts to advance a package that works for the House and supports President Trump's agenda. Title IX of the legislation before us today advances most of the Oversight Committee's important budgetary reforms. These reforms will save taxpayers money while protecting current retirees, as well as law enforcement officers, border patrol officers, air traffic controllers, nuclear material couriers, and firefighters who serve a clear public interest and typically have shortened federal careers due to mandatory retirement rules and early retirement incentives. Taken together, the reforms now being considered in Title IX will reduce the deficit and move us toward the more accountable federal government and the American people demand and deserve. I ask the Rules Committee to promptly advance this legislation for consideration by the House, and I welcome the committee's questions. I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Representative Lynch, you recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ranking Member. Tax cuts onto the backs of American workers, families, and dedicated public servants. And because this bill is so disgraceful, it can't stand the light of day. In just over 100 days, we've witnessed the Trump administration lay off more than 200,000 probationary federal employees, including leading researchers, public health experts, veterans, and other critical positions. Trump has coerced 75,000 civil servants into resigning. Trump has replaced 50,000 nonpartisan civil servants with political appointees. And Trump has illegally terminated nonpartisan independent inspectors general and federal watchdogs. This partisan bill threatens to further undermine the federal workforce by reducing the take-home pay, benefits, and workforce protections of 2.4 million federal employees, most of whom are middle-class American workers, and a third of whom are military veterans. This is more of the same, an unprecedented assault and political purge of the nonpartisan civil service. And the people who pay most for these attacks are the veterans, children, seniors, and other Americans who rely on our federal workers to deliver those life-saving services. The Federal Employee Retirement System, annuity supplement, a monthly bridge payment for retirees before they're eligible for Social Security at age 62 would be eliminated for anyone not actively receiving the supplemental payment by January 1st, 2028, or who does not meet a specific exemption. Federal workers like letter carriers, VA hospital nurses, food inspectors who have committed decades to the job are eligible to retire would not be able to receive this vital payment to make ends meet. That's $18,000 per year in retirement income for the average beneficiary eliminated because billionaires need another tax break. This legislation would also retroactively change the annuity formula to base most employees' annual retirement payments on their highest 5 years of earnings instead of the highest 3 as they were promised when they were hired. This is an outright theft of earned benefits that would cost federal retirees thousands of dollars annually, and my Republican colleague, Representative Mike Turner of Ohio, was exactly right to speak out and vote against this provision during our committee's consideration of this bill, making the rejection of the oversight provisions bipartisan. Another particularly egregious provision of this bill would force any newly hired federal employee to accept at-will employment or lose 5% of their take-home pay to increase retirement contributions. Federal workers who choose to remain under the merit-based system would be forced to contribute nearly 10% of their paycheck towards retirement. CBO estimates that 75% of new hires in the federal government would now become at-will employees subject to political purges of the federal workforce with little to no protections. I'll be introducing amendments to strike this bill's at-will employment provisions and to exempt veterans and federal workers who entered the workforce prior to the bill enactment from the changes in the annuity formula. Despite the claims of this administration, federal workers are not leeches on the system, but hardworking, dedicated public servants who are paid about 25% less than their private sector counterparts. A strong, nonpartisan federal workforce is fundamental to a functioning democratic government. These dedicated workers deserve our respect and our support. Like most Americans, federal workers faced increased costs for groceries and housing and economic uncertainty because of President Trump's reckless tax and tariff agenda. The Trump tariffs are estimated to cost American households $4,900 per year, the largest tax increase since 1968. President Trump and congressional Republicans are also advocating for a tax regime that will actually increase federal deficits by more than $4 trillion over the next 10 years. And worst of all, they're seeking to offset their tax cuts for billionaires by gutting $800 billion from Medicaid programs. My Democratic colleagues and I strongly oppose that motion. Oversight Democrats stand with struggling families. We oppose corruption and abuse of power, and we are committed to solving our nation's crises without sacrificing the well-being of our civil servants. I urge my colleagues to reject this reverse Robin Hood legislation, which robs from the poor to give to the rich, and instead work towards a budget that respects American workers and the basic needs and services they provide. I welcome the committee's questions, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Chairman Arrington, we keep hearing a constant refrain from the Democrats that the tax cuts were driven to the wealthy. The Washington Post fact-checked what they referred to as Democrats', quote, zombie claim, end quote, that 83% of the benefits from Republican tax reform in 2017 went to the wealthiest 1%. They fact-checked this multiple times. The Post gave the claim 3 Pinocchios, saying, quote, the tax bill has been in place for more than 3 years, and it's clear from the available data that the top 1% did not end up with most of the tax benefits. Do you agree with me that the Democrats have a credibility problem when they discuss President Trump's tax cuts?
They have a major credibility problem because the facts are contrary to their mischaracterization. The top 1% actually pay a higher share of their taxes than they did prior to TCJA. So in that respect, it became a more progressive tax code. But every other income level saw a tax break. In addition to that, we had record wage increases. In fact, the bottom 10% of wage earners grew their wages at twice the top 10%. And it's 3 times the income increase of the bottom 50% relative to the top 1%. So I would just add that it couldn't be a scam on working people and poor people when we achieved the lowest poverty rate in recorded history. So people got better opportunities and bigger paychecks, and the people at the lower income spectrum got the biggest benefit from TCJA. So mischaracterization may be an understatement for how they describe tax cuts for the rich. And let's remember, the top 10% of income earners are paying 70% of our salary, the lights, and the entire freight of the federal government. So when we talk about tax fairness and equity, they have an interesting perspective on that.
Thank you. I think the word mischaracterization of what they're saying is a kind way to say it. There's a three-letter word that characterizes it better, but we'll leave that alone. When President Biden stated the Trump tax cuts went to the top 1% and not ordinary people, didn't factcheck.org have to debunk him? And didn't the liberal Tax Policy Center even have to correct President Biden? And didn't even the New York Times state that, quote, studies consistently find that the 2017 law cut taxes for most Americans?
That's
And
correct.
doesn't this constant refrain we're hearing from Democrats now match exactly what has been categorically debunked?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And nobody knows that better than the average family of four who saw about a $5,000 increase in their take-home pay because of their tax relief, which was almost the opposite effect of the inflation tax they paid over the last 3 or 4 years.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGovern.
I think what you're talking about is not what we're talking about here today. We're talking about the Republican reconciliation package that is going to be jammed through this committee and rushed to the floor. And if I am understanding the numbers correctly, the latest version of their tax scam, the top 0.1% stand to gain $255,000 on average in 2027 alone. That's $700 a day, every day. The people who make over $1 million a year will also get their pockets lined. On average, these millionaires will have an additional $81,500 per year, but pennies for everybody else. For those earning less than $50,000 per year, the average benefit is $265. That's less than $1 per day, and that's laughable when you begin to look at the gaps that are going to be created by these cuts in other programs. But, Mr. Boyle, I have a letter here that you received along with the Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, from the director of the Congressional Budget Office, and I'm looking at this chart here about who benefits from this bill. It doesn't seem to match what Chairwoman Fox and Mr. Arrington are just talking about right now. You want to comment on this?
What that chart shows, and by the way, that's not my chart.
Yeah, I know.
That's not your chart.
CBO's.
That is the official scorekeeper's chart, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. And if you can show that chart again, what it shows is the poor get poorer while the rich get richer. And so let me quote again from the CBO, specifically their numbers. For people in the bottom 10%, they will experience a 4% loss of household wealth. Meanwhile, for people in the top 10%, they will see their household resources increase by 2%. It is as simple as that.
And I ask unanimous consent that this be entered into the record, Madam Chair.
Without objection.
My view on legislation is that if you believe in the legislation, you ought to vote for it. If you don't believe in it, you ought to vote against it. So I would say to my friend Chairman Arrington, if you believe the stuff that's contained in this reconciliation bill, if you think these priorities are the right priorities, and if these represent your values, then by all means, vote for it. I'll disagree with you. I mean, I could spend all day here, because I'm also on the Agriculture Committee, and we had a lengthy hearing on the impact of the nutrition cuts on average people and on states, too. There's an unfunded mandate here as well. And it's going to be significant. But if this bill represents your values, I'll just say for the record, it doesn't represent my values. And so, we're just going to have to agree to disagree. But, let me ask you a question, though, Chairman Arrington. I mean, this is the Rules Committee print of what we're talking about. Is this Rules Committee print in front of us, is this the final version of the bill, or a change is going to be made?
Sir, it's the final version of the bill until the manager's amendment is completed, and then we'll know what those definitive changes are.
So are negotiations still ongoing? And if so, with whom? Where are they, and in what room? Shouldn't you be in that room instead of being here right now because you're the budget chair? I mean, during the markup, during the budget markup on Sunday night, you said that you weren't aware of any changes being made, and then my colleague on the Rules Committee, Mr. Norman, on this committee, followed up saying he was happy with the direction, with the changes that were being made. So which is it? So changes are going to be made?
Well, I'd say there have been a lot of conversations and discussion and healthy debate within the conference. But as far as I'm concerned, my job was first to make sure that the budget targets were achieved, and they were. So we had a balanced budget reconciliation bill. That was our job to affirm that in the Budget Committee. As to what changes, I don't know of any definitive changes until I see it on paper. Lots of things change, as you know,
Right, yeah,
in this
right.
process.
But in the Budget Committee markup, you said that we would have an official score from the nonpartisan budget experts at CBO before we vote on this bill. And when will we get that score?
I believe we will still have a score on the final bill.
So you think we'll get the score before we vote on it?
That's my expectation.
And if we don't, would you recommend that we hold off until we get the
I think
score?
we got a lot of the bill scored at this point. My expectation is that they'll have the bill scored.
Yeah, but with the changes, yeah, I mean, one of the things about CBO is it talks not only just about the impacts on the deficit and the debt, but also on like how many people will lose health care benefits or, and other benefits. So any change will impact our constituents differently. And so I guess I just want to, I mean, do you think it's okay for us to vote on this bill without knowing how much it will cost the American taxpayer or how many people will get kicked off of their health care? And, I mean, if you're saying we should absolutely have a final CBO score before we vote on this, I could live with that. I just don't, I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're committing to or not committing to.
I'm committing, my expectation is they'll have all the scores, Mr. McGovern, but I think they know the various machinations and what that will do to ensure a certain number of people who receive, for example, Medicaid, who are in this country illegally under the policies of President Biden, and what that will change when we put prohibitions against taxpayer-funded services going
to be
to
clear,
illegal.
I'm not looking for a prediction. I'm looking for kind of certainty about
Yeah,
what
sure.
we will be away. Mr. Boyle, as you know, statutory pay-go, which stands for pay-as-you-go, is a law that requires tax cuts and spending increases to be offset, meaning that they do not add to the deficit. If at the end of the year, congressional legislation collectively violates pay-go, those deficit effects trigger across-the-board cuts to programs like Medicare. Does this bill trigger statutory pay-go?
Yes, and it's not me saying it. It is the Congressional Budget Office confirming it as of a couple hours ago. And look, This is really the breaking news, because when the Budget Committee kicked off this process approximately 3 months ago, there was a commitment by President Trump that there would be no Medicare cuts in this piece of legislation. And indeed, over the last several months, there's been no discussion of Medicare at all. There has been of Medicaid, but not of Medicare. Well, here we are tonight because, as you explained, because of the size of the deficits, because of the pay-go or pay-as-you-go act, that would trigger sequestration of Medicare, and it would total over $500 billion. The official figure that CBO confirms is $535 billion in cuts to Medicare.
And this bill doesn't waive statutory pay-go.
No, it does not.
So this will have a direct impact on Medicare and the federal budget, which is, again, I think a lot of people who are not following this as closely as you are probably are not aware of and will be surprised to learn about tomorrow. Chairman Hill, as you know, military service members and veterans are disproportionately targeted and endangered by financial fraudsters. And the CFPB, whose funding Republicans are aiming to cut by roughly 70%, received nearly 85,000 financial complaints from service members and veterans in 2023. And the CFPB has provided $363 million in monetary relief from enforcement actions that involve harm to service members and veterans. Our colleague from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, spoke on an amendment in your committee that would prevent funding cuts to the CFPB from harming veterans and service members. I mean, this seems like a common-sense amendment to me, yet not a single Republican spoke in favor of it. No one on your side even spoke up to explain why they were in favor of not moving this amendment forward, which, again, I think threatens the financial safety of our service members and our veterans. So at the end of the day, I mean, this amendment was voted down. So I just want to give you an opportunity to explain why cutting an agency that protects the financial well-being of our service members and our veterans is a priority in this bill. I don't quite understand it.
Well, thank you, Mr. McGovern. The plan that Republicans advanced in this reconciliation plan was to save mandatory spending, and it's our judgment, going back and looking at the history of the CFPB since its inception in the Dodd-Frank Act, that it could continue its core function and meet its statutory obligations at a 5% cap of the Federal Reserve's budget, which would be about $249 million this year, and that it could meet all of its statutory obligations in meeting what Dodd-Frank directed them to do, which is for large financial institutions and non-banking companies comply with consumer compliance, and we believe they can do that.
Yeah, I'm hearing great concern about the impacts of these cuts, and what I worry about in a number of areas with regard to this bill is that cuts are being made not necessarily on the merits, but just because cuts have to be made. Ranking Member Waters, the CFPB has returned $21 billion to consumers over the last 14 years. If Congress proceeds to slash 70% of the CFPB's budget, a vital agency whose sole purpose is to protect American consumers in the financial marketplace, would the CFPB be still be able to fight for consumers and seek remediation when they are harmed with this kind of cut?
Thank you very much for that question, Mr. McGovern. Absolutely not. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is extraordinarily important for consumers. I sat on the conference committee of the Dodd-Frank reforms when we created the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. A lot of work had been done by Senator Warren and others. But I want you to know, prior to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the consumers really had nowhere to turn. They had nowhere to really lodge their complaints. And this is very important because now with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and the excellent work that has been done, they've been able to return $21 billion over 14 years to our consumers. I want you to know that our consumers, the victims, are mostly the least of these. These are people in poor communities, in not only in inner city, but in rural communities. They are the victims of everybody with a kind of a broad scheme that see them as vulnerable and target them. I want you to know, without the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, we would not have been able to deal with the big fines that we had to do some of the largest banks in this country that were literally, in many ways, had less risk management that they should have, and all kind of errors and mistakes and fraud was taking place. And so this proposed cut of 70% literally would kill the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And I want you to know that even, and I'm recalling, when Mick Mulvaney was acting director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, he basically said, I'm bound to execute the law as written. When he first went in, he did not request any money. And then in one quarter, he and I think one other, Kathy Cramager, when she was there, requested almost the maximum amount in one quarter of $249 million. So this is extraordinarily important. All of us, Democrats and Republicans alike, should care about our consumers, about our voters, about the fact that they need the money that they earn. Hard-working people to put food on the table, to pay the rent, getting ripped off in so many ways and nowhere to turn would be absolutely disastrous.
Thank you. The oversight portion of this bill would reduce pay, pensions, and protections for current and future federal employees. The bill would force the federal workforce to foot the bill for tax cuts for billionaires, and comes as the Trump-Musk administration is carrying out a cruel, full-scale assault on the federal workforce. The American people and the life-saving services they rely upon will suffer the most as a result of Republicans' efforts to purge the federal government of its dedicated, high-performing public servants and politicize the delivery of basic needs and services to our veterans, our children, and our seniors. Republicans also want to extort future civil servants into giving up their protections which serve the interest of the American people who want good government workers, not completely subject to the whims of whoever occupies the White House. Representative Lynch, what would the approximate financial impact of these provisions be on the average federal worker? Okay, you got to press your mic. Yeah.
If you add everything up, so the FERS annuity supplement would cost the average employee $54,000 in retirement income when they average it out over the 3 years that the average employee uses that for. Then changing the high 3 to the high 5 costs them another $16,560 over 20 years. And then finally, the converting new employees at will, unless they accept, and plus the added money that they have to pay for their pension if they want to come under the Merit Service Protection Board, it brings everything to over $106,000 over a 20-year career.
Yeah, and
Mr. Ranking Member, I just want to add your previous question about service members.
Yeah.
This bill eliminates the Office of Service Member Affairs, which is the CFPB department that really watched after. If you go to any of these Army bases, you get onto Fort Hood, outside the bases are all these money services and you know, their short-term loans, things like that, payment systems that are exploiting these young service members and their families. Right. That office that used to protect them is being eliminated in this bill.
And what would the effect on our nation's nonpartisan civil service be of effectively extorting new hires to become at-will employees? I mean, would we see the same level of nonpartisan excellence?
It would gut it. So the estimate is that 75% of our federal employees, remember, these are new people coming into the workforce, they would reject paying the extra money for their pension, and instead become, they would become at-will employees. So because they have no pension at the end, they're probably going to be relying on, public assistance instead of being allowed to build a pension for themselves during their working lives.
And Chairman Comer, is it correct that under this legislation, your pension contributions don't increase, but a newly hired VA nurse or Department of Defense education activity teacher who wants workplace protections from political purges would pay 5% more of their salary towards their pension than they would under the current law?
Well, they would have a choice. They would have a choice.
The answer is yes, right?
They would have a choice to be an at-will employee and make more money, or be a traditional
Yeah.
government employee,
Yeah.
like what you all
There's something
prefer.
that to me is inherently wrong about all of this. I mean, we should want a federal civil service that represents the best of the best.
I disagree. I think that,
You may disagree with that, that's fine.
no, I
But
don't disagree with that. I think it's okay to give people a choice.
Right.
Give federal employees a choice. They can make decisions. The government doesn't have to make every decision for everybody, including all the government employees. Government employees can have a choice here.
Right, but the incentives here are backwards, which that's the point I'm trying to make, is that I think there's an attempt by this administration, and you may agree with it, to basically politicize our federal workforce, to make everybody just say whatever the administration wants, and that's it. And I think this is about incentivizing that. But let me just say, my final, to Ranking Member Smith, from your time on the Armed Services Committee, it is clear that you understand the value of defense spending and investing in our military. Do you believe that an increase of $150 billion for defense over the $848 billion provided to the Department of Defense in fiscal year 2025, and with few guardrails, makes sense when the pay for is devastating cuts from essential programs for the American people like Medicaid, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, which is SNAP, and student loan and grant programs at the Department of Education?
I do not, and that's why I voted against it in committee and opposed this. I mean, adding $150 billion to defense is debatable in and of itself, but where it's coming from, as I think a number of people have articulated, it's coming from all these other programs. It's also coming from just borrowing the money. And I will also say we do not yet have a national security plan from the Trump administration. We've heard that they want to cut 8% from certain aspects of it. We haven't seen what that is, so we don't know what the plan is for this $150 billion. It is spread out over 4 years, by the way, not all in the first year.
And let me just add my final point here. I mean, many have expressed concerns with how Secretary Hegseth has managed the Pentagon, prioritizing loyalty over competence, decimating the military and civilian workforce, and undermining the effectiveness of the Department of Defense. Given that chaos, is now an appropriate time to gift the Department of Defense an additional $150 billion on top of the $858 billion that they already received in FY 2025? I mean, do you have any concerns about this?
I do, and I don't believe so. And that was a central argument that House Democrats made during the markup. We have seen Secretary Hegseth struggling to run the department well. I think it's up to like 5 of his employees have quit or been fired in the first 3 or 4 months. They've had highly critical things to say about the way the department is being run. Obviously, they don't know how to control secure information securely. And again, they don't have a plan in terms of where they're planning to spend. We don't even have an FY26 full budget yet. So, no, I don't think this department can be trusted with that.
I want to thank all the panel for being here. Again, as I said before, this bill doesn't represent my values, and I'm going to be part of an effort to fight like hell to defeat this. This is bad for our country. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Chairman Rogers, I'm going to come to you in just a second to talk about the investments through DOD, but I just want to make sure my understanding of the current tax law is that the top tax bracket starts for married couples filing jointly at $731,200, and that rate is 37%. Is that correct, Mr. Arrington?
Yes, sir.
Now, in our piece of legislation, do we reduce that 37% tax bracket for people making above that level?
Do we reduce that bracket? That is the reduced bracket that we extend.
It is 37% going forward, though.
Yes, that's correct.
It is an extension. So
Yes.
we're going to, the tax rate is going to be the same.
That's correct.
And there's a far cry from someone who's making $731,000 and someone who's a billionaire.
That's
And
correct.
so I think there's a little, as my grandfather would say on those hot summer days as we pulled in the cow pasture, a little bit of smells like money in the argument that this is billionaires when we're simply extending the bracket, and that bracket starts at $731,000 for married filing jointly. And while those people are certainly doing quite well, it's a far cry from being a billionaire. Mr. Rogers, as you know, I returned from the border on Saturday, and I got an opportunity to meet with some of our troops down there, as well as the men and women with the Border Patrol who are doing an exceptionally good job now and could have been doing that job over the last 4 years as well. And one of the things that amazed me is that, and this was actually Border Patrol that told me this, that they were, by default, paroling people into the country even if they had visible gang tattoos. If they ran the scans on them or ran the system on them and they did not have an Interpol hit, they were told to parole them into this country even if they had visible gang tattoos. So we've got $5 billion for border security. That's a huge investment for the people of this country that I think will go a long way and pay tremendous dividends for us. We've got $7 billion for air superiority, $11 billion for Pacific deterrence, $12 billion for readiness, $13 billion for nuclear deterrence. Now, can you speak to these issues and what they mean to every American citizen and our ability to protect them from our adversaries, both at home now, more so than ever, and abroad?
Yes, sir. On the first issue with the border, I would make the point that every administration, going back to President Clinton, has had to send National Guardsmen to the border to supplement Border Patrol efforts. That has been a higher demand right now because of the policies of the last administration that basically opened our border for 4 years. The problem that generated for us, though, is we already are spending at the lowest level on defense that we have as a percentage of GDP since before World War II for over 80 years. So that money had to come out of Hyde. This reconciliation is going to help backfill some of the money that we've had to spend to send our guardsmen down to help secure that border. And, you know, you talked about just one leg of the triad. You know, we have a real problem with our nuclear triad, which is the most important deterrent we have to aggression in our arsenal. The Sentinel, which is going to replace the Minuteman III, the ICBMs, is way over budget, behind schedule. These are 1970s missiles that we have got to replace, and we've got to have the money to do it. This reconciliation goes a long way toward that. Our nuclear submarines, which are the most valuable element we have in the triad, we're behind on both the Virginia class and the Columbia class. This puts a lot of money toward getting them caught back up. We just have a lot of elements. You've heard about the Golden Dome, which is really a layered level of defense against attack that we have been needing for a long time. This puts $25 billion against that threat. I can go on and on. There are many threats. I really disagree with the argument that the $150 billion isn't needed. The fact is, this is just the first installment of what we need to start to get our defense back to where it should be so that we deter aggression and stay out of wars.
Mr. Rogers, thank you. I want to be respectful of other people's time. There's an additional $9 billion investment for service member quality of life, $34 billion for shipbuilding, which will be a lot of jobs that we need in this country. The $25 billion for Golden Dome. You know, our nation's defense systems, a lot of those systems are old. They were built to defend us from systems that are significantly slower and significantly larger than the weapons that we face today. And if we do not invest in that defense system, then I'm afraid we're putting ourselves at risk for hypersonics and other weapons that are extremely fast, extremely small. And I appreciate you, Mr. Rogers. I want to say this. Chairman Smith, it's always good to have two members who, for the most part, are able to work together. I appreciate your professionalism on the Armed Services Committee, and this is one we just respectfully disagree on. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our chairs and ranking members for joining us at this extraordinary hour. I also want to welcome our dedicated C-SPAN viewers and rules aficionados. You know who you are. For our special edition of DC After Dark. We're meeting in the dead of night so that House Republicans can try to jam through their disastrous reconciliation bill with zero transparency or scrutiny. This meeting began at 1 a.m. because our Republican colleagues know that a bill this bad can't be exposed to the light of day. 1 a.m. is when you work on bills that you want to hide from the public. Why would they want to hide this bill? This bill is going to enact the biggest cuts to Medicaid, the primary health insurance for nearly a quarter of Americans, in our nation's history. This bill is going to enact the biggest cuts to SNAP, which prevents Americans from going hungry in our nation's history. And this bill is going to enact the biggest tax cuts for billionaires in our nation's history. Not only that, but the Congressional Budget Office has just released analysis showing that this bill is going to result in a wealth transfer, not from the rich to the poor, but from the poor to the rich. It's a bill for which there's still no agreement to guarantee its passage. That's why some of our members here aren't here right now. They're out there trying to cut some more deals with the Speaker in the White House. And these deals aren't just tweaks. But if our colleagues' tweets are to be believed, they're so significant that those deals are going to determine whether or not this bill passes at all. Although if it does pass, it's going to be a strict party line vote. So after months of debate and deliberation in the Republican caucus, certainly not bipartisan debate with Democrats, House Republicans still don't have an agreement. What have you been doing all this time, other than lying about whether or not you were going to cut Medicaid? You've had multiple member meetings with the president, committee markups that went for dozens of hours, and you still haven't ironed out disagreements. Not only is it sloppy, it's disingenuous. We're meeting in the dead of night to consider a terrible bill, and you haven't even drafted or shared some of the most critical parts of the bill. Haven't shared them with your Republican colleagues, haven't shared them with the other half of Congress, and most importantly, you haven't shared them with the American people. As the chairwoman acknowledged when she gavelled us in at 1 a.m., if Republicans are able to pass their rule tonight, it will include a magical manager's amendment that will allow them to change the bill before it goes to the House floor. A manager's amendment that none of us have seen, that we won't be able to review or debate or change. And when we do get that magical amendment, it's likely to be dozens of pages long and include significant changes to the underlying text, to make last-minute changes, changes that will move around hundreds of billions of dollars. These deserve transparency, these deserve scrutiny, and these deserve debate. As some Republicans have suggested, y'all should probably go home for the long weekend, collect yourselves, and come back to rules when you actually have an agreement. We're here in the middle of the night, of course, because the Speaker and President are trying to rush this bill through by July 4th, a timeline that doesn't seem plausible even if Republicans manage to jam their BS version of this bill through the House this week. It's clear they don't have the votes. The deadlines are made up just so they can jam the bill before anyone really knows what's in it. And for all your consternation over this or that provision of the bill, no matter what agreement the House reaches after this tortured process, y'all know that the Senate is going to rewrite the bill anyway. Senators, Republican senators, have said this bill is a non-starter. And in addition, since the bill has not yet been finished, we don't have a CBO score, how much this bill will cost. We don't have any score except on prior versions of the bill. All we have are some back-of-the-envelope estimates cobbled together by Republicans in their backdoor meetings. Mr. Roy and Mr. Norman have long been big advocates for making sure that we have a CBO score. So it's hard to believe they're going to think it makes sense to pass a bill that doesn't yet have a CBO score, where hundreds of billions of dollars worth of taxpayers' money is penciled in by staff with a calculator, maybe a slide rule, possibly an abacus? Or, are they going to, as seems likely, throw caution to the wind and cave again because the president told them to? Of course, business leaders and economists are calling this bill an economic disaster that will add trillions to our national deficit by extending the tax cuts for billionaires at the expense of American families, just like the 2017 tax cuts did. We've seen this play before. The rich get richer, and the American people, working families, get left holding the bag. It was confirmed by the Congressional Budget Office just a few hours ago with a damning report that shows that this bill is going to increase the deficit likely by $3.8 trillion. It's going to cut billions from Medicaid and SNAP, and it's going to reduce household income for poorest Americans and raise household income for the richest Americans. We can't emphasize enough how insanely rushed this bill is. You're proposing major health care changes that will impact every American, whether they get their health care through Medicaid or Medicare or some other source. The impact of those Medicaid cuts will reverberate throughout our health care system. Cuts to Medicaid will push hospitals, nursing homes, and health clinics into bankruptcy. And when those places close, it's going to be harder for everyone else to get health care. Now, turning to the panel before us, Mr. Arrington, Mr. Boyle, I assume you both saw last week's news that Moody's downgraded the United States credit rating. And I'm sure you've read about it because one of the biggest reasons for the downgrade was extending these unfunded tax cuts for billionaires. Moody's explanation is as follows, and I quote, "If the 2017 TCJA is extended, which is our base case, it will add around $4 trillion to the federal fiscal primary, excluding interest payments, deficit over the next decade. And as a result, we expect federal deficits to widen, reaching nearly 9% of GDP by 2035, up from 6.4% in 2024, driven mainly by increased interest payments on debt, rising entitlement spending, and relatively low revenue generation. We anticipate the federal debt burden will rise to about 134% of GDP by 2035, compared to 98% in 2024. So doesn't it worry any of you on that side of the dais? It certainly seems to be what you've been talking about. It seems like a pretty damning indictment of the fiscal situation the Republicans are putting us in, and one that is going to become worse if they pass this bill. There's also this tidbit from that liberal journal, the Wall Street Journal, earlier this week. And I quote, "Investors sold U.S. government bonds and the dollar on Monday, after Moody's ratings late last week stripped the U.S. of its last AAA credit rating, citing large budget deficits and rising interest costs. Adding to the nerves about America's debt trajectory, the House Budget Committee approved a tax and spending bill Sunday that is projected to add trillions of dollars to that deficit." And another Wall Street Journal article this week was entitled "The Stark Math on the GOP Tax Plan. It doesn't cut the deficit." That article put it this way: the plan won't reduce federal budget deficits and would make America's fiscal hole deeper. While Republicans who vowed to reduce red ink say higher economic growth will fill the gap, budget analysts across the political spectrum have panned the Republican plan, warning that it worsens the U.S. fiscal picture. So there's no way around it. Your math ain't mathing. And the consequences are going to be disastrous for the entire country. Now, as we've been looking at this bill over the last few months, as it has been clear that it was going to require drastic Medicaid cuts, we do have this breaking news this evening that it's also going to impact Medicare. Mr. Boyle, this is a major revelation, and it's exactly why this bill is not ready for prime time, barely ready for the 1 a.m. time. So can you talk about how this is a backdoor cut to Medicare, which is going to cut for seniors, and what's going to happen if the bill passes?
Yes, as CBO showed, because of the deficits that are baked into the Republican bill for billionaires, that would, because of something called the Pay-As-You-Go Act, or PAYGO, that would trigger sequestration of Medicare. And it would, again, according to the Congressional Budget Office, be to the tune of over $500 billion to Medicare, one of the biggest cuts to the program. Indeed, I would say the largest outright cut to the program in American history. There are some who might want to argue and rebut that by saying, well, we'll just go ahead and waive PAYGO. It's actually impossible in reconciliation because it would not meet to the requirements of the Byrd Rule. So you cannot waive PAYGO. These cuts to Medicare will happen if this bill becomes law.
Thank you. That's obviously really concerning. Now, we've talked a little bit already about the fact that there isn't a CBO score for whatever the current version of the bill is, but we also know that there are ongoing negotiations about this bill. One of the things we've heard is that there may be an agreement on this SALT deduction, which has been so concerning to some of the Republican members. Is that agreement with respect to SALT likely to increase the deficit or decrease the deficit?
Well, I mean, obviously, if the SALT cap is raised even further than what was in the bill that was voted out of Ways and Means and passed out of budget when we basically put all of the component parts into one, then basically one of two things would happen. Either the majority would have to find even more cuts in order to pay for the loss of revenue, or you would simply see these deficits increase by even more.
Okay. That's what I thought. Thank you. The prints from Oversight and Financial Services aren't too great either. It's in these committees that our Republican colleagues snuck in some really bad stuff they're hoping will get lost in all the headlines about taxes and Medicaid. I'm really concerned by the Oversight Committee's contributions to this bill because the proposed changes to the federal employees' retirement system amount to a major pay cut for our nation's civil servants. It's a cruel policy. It takes earned compensation away from millions of hardworking people just to make a paltry dent in the staggering cost of their tax giveaways. So I know we're going to talk about the tax cuts later, but this is a multi-trillion-dollar handout to millionaires, billionaires, and Fortune 500 companies. It's the biggest government handout of all time. And to shave some dollars off the cost, Republicans are going to cut 13 million people off their health care, and it's going to force a punitive pay cut on federal employees. Mr. Lynch, I think he said 2.4 million employees. These are the public servants who work for you and me and our families and neighbors all across America, and they often do so for less pay than they would receive in the private sector, not because they're dumb, but because they're committed to public service. They give us tomorrow's weather forecast and tell us whether we need to shelter from tornadoes and floods. They prevent crop blight and the spread of dangerous diseases like bird flu. They make sure that the respirators used by coal miners and surgeons actually work. They make sure our food is safe to eat and our water is safe to drink. And these people whose pay is being so casually cut are FBI agents, Coast Guard employees, and doctors and nurses at VA facilities. So at a time when the FAA is struggling with staffing shortages that are impacting air travel, Republicans are going to make that problem worse by cutting the pay of air traffic controllers. These provisions are an unmitigated mess. I'd like to think that we can all agree, no matter the size or shape of the federal government, it should be effective and responsive to the needs of the American people. It should be able to efficiently carry out these core responsibilities, and the provisions in this bill are undermining our ability to do that. So, Mr. Lynch, can you speak to how the oversight provisions in this bill are going to impact federal employees, including those serving in roles that are critical to our national security, our health, and our transportation safety?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. Your reference to the VA is very astute. So in a city like Boston, our VA nurses probably earn between 25 and 30% less than the nurses at the private hospitals, and there are a bunch of them, right? So now what we're seeing happening is that because of the shortage of nurses that occurred after COVID, a lot of nurses just retired. Now they're pulling nurses from the VA. They're leaving the VA and they're going to work because they've got less hours, they got more pay, more benefits. So we're competing now. And you know, this is going to make it much more difficult to retain those nurses. And the ones that have been there a while are the most valuable, right? It takes a while to get a nurse trained up, you know, and fully skilled. It takes a few years. And, you know, so that's created a huge shortage in that whole metropolitan area. And that's happening all over the country where nurses are leaving the VA, doctors in some cases as well, therapists. So we're creating this real shortage at the VA. Our caseload, so right now we have a 250,000 backlog of cases at the VA because we don't have the personnel to respond to that need. So we're really in a crisis. You know, obviously the suicide hotline, we've laid off people there, which is ridiculous because we've got a crisis on our hands right now. So all of this will exacerbate the problem. You've hit on that in your remarks already, but this just amplifies the problem, you know, tenfold with these cuts. They'll be leaving in droves.
Your remarks about the VA are very well taken, because I've heard the same thing from the VA facilities in my region, that the staffing cuts and the potential for pay cuts, the standards that are requiring nurses and doctors at the VA to see so many patients that they feel that they are not only not helping the veterans who they're trying to serve, but in some cases, the standard of care is becoming harmful. And under those circumstances, we are starting to see an exodus of doctors and nurses from the VA, which this bill is only going to put on steroids, I'm afraid.
Absolutely.
The financial services print, of course, is no better. What Republicans are trying to do here is deeply alarming. It guts the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I mean, if you want to talk about a bureau that's had a fabulous return on investment, as you mentioned, billions of dollars returned to American consumers. This bill defunds the only federal agency dedicated to making sure consumers aren't getting scammed by credit card companies, payday lenders, mortgage servicers, and shady fintech operators. It's returned over $19 billion, $21 billion, I think you said, to consumers since its founding, and that's money that was stolen or unfairly taken through illegal fees, abusive practices, or deceptive marketing, and the Bureau was able to get it back for American consumers. And now Republicans want to defend it, not because not because it's ineffective, but because it actually works, and we know why. Because the Trump administration has already started dismantling the agency from within. In the last 2 months alone, the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau has quietly dropped 9 lawsuits it had brought against companies like Capital One and Rocket Homes. Years of investigation and enforcement work has been tossed in the trash with no accountability and no restitution for consumers. It's also frozen dozens of ongoing investigations, many into companies with long records of abuse. These companies have been accused of everything from improper loan servicing and unfair interest charges to failure to protect sensitive consumer data. And now, thanks to new political leadership handpicked by the Trump White House, those investigations are dead. Investigators can't call witnesses, issue subpoenas, or even talk to company lawyers unless they get direct political approval, and that approval isn't coming. Meanwhile, these very same companies, it's such an amazing coincidence, have given generously to Mr. Trump's campaign and especially his inauguration fund. Meta, the parent company of Facebook under investigation for allegedly misusing consumer financial data, donated $1 million to the inaugural committee. Greenlight, a fintech company accused of misleading families about debit card access, is backed by a Trump-aligned venture capital firm. And Elon Musk, whose company is launching a new mobile payments business, posted delete the CFPB on his social media after Trump's election. And of course, we've heard quite a bit about how much he's donated. So this isn't policy, it's payback. This is what happens when you let billionaires and campaign donors write the rules. And now House Republicans are trying to finish the job by defunding the CFPB entirely. So, Ranking Member Waters, can you speak more about this apparent corruption happening at the CFPB?
Well, allow me to say to you, Ms. Scanlon, you aptly described what has been happening with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. It is one of the most needed and effective agencies of government that have done everything that you said they've done to assist our consumers. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has been hated by the Republicans ever since it came into its existence. They have tried to kill it, and we've been in court all the way to the Supreme Court on several issues, and we keep beating them back. But now, Trump and this administration want to cut them, even though we tried to protect them when we created them by having their financing come directly from the feds, rather than going through the Appropriations Committee. And they tried to attack that and other ways by which they thought they could get to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. They're finally coming up with ways by which they think they can do that. But the way that we have been in the courts with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, they still would be alive after a huge cut. But they would sit there and not be able to do anything. They wouldn't be able to do the investigation. They would not be able to protect those very consumers that the law created them to take care of. And so there are many in this country who fight very hard and are very disgusted with what is happening in an attempt to basically undermine them and get rid of them. This is a terrible thing that this administration is doing. You would think that both Democrats and Republicans would care enough about the consumers that they would protect this one agency that has demonstrated that they can do the work and the investigations to help get rid of fraud and ripoffs, as you have identified. And so this is what we should be fighting. I'm going to continue to fight. Like I said, I was there at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and we're all worried so very much about what is going to happen if, in fact, the administration has its way. And again, you have correctly identified it and talked about it in ways that everybody should understand.
It's really stunning that an agency that has been this successful in protecting American consumers is being zeroed out, when the only folks who are going to benefit are going to be large corporations and folks who are taking advantage of Americans. And apparently we don't, but I would hope that we would have bipartisan agreement that an agency like that should remain in place. I'll yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And Chairman Comer, given that I serve on the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, I will focus my line of questioning on you. And I'll just note from the outset, too, that you've done an incredible job with your leadership with the committee. You do a great job for your district, for the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and our country. You referenced this in your opening testimony, but could you just clarify for the committee your legislative jurisdiction over mandatory spending? It's pretty narrow, is it not?
You're exactly right. Let me say, you're a good member of the Oversight Committee, Mr. Jack. We're glad to have you on there. But our jurisdiction was very limited to mandatory spending. All we had that would fall in the legislative jurisdiction would have been the federal employee benefits.
Fair enough. And it's my understanding that federal employees get a hybrid pension that consists of both a 401k type defined contribution plan known as Thrift Savings Plan, or TSP, and a defined benefit annuity known as the Federal Employees Retirement System, or FERS. How do these benefits contrast with those offered in the private sector?
Yeah, you're right. The private sector employers have shifted away from defined benefits towards defined contribution retirement benefit programs in recent years, and unlike what's provided in federal service, few private sector employers actually maintain both such benefits for retirees. In fact, a recent Department of Labor report indicates that only 15% of private sector civilian workforce had access to both defined benefit and defined contribution plans.
And a question many of my constituents ask is, do taxpayers fund pensions for federal employees that are generally more generous than the ones they themselves receive? And are there any credible recent studies on that?
Yes, according to a 2024 CBO report that I requested, CBO found that in 2022, federal employee benefits cost about $31 per hour worked and $22 per hour worked for private sector employees. Thus, benefits for federal workers cost 43% more per hour worked on average than benefits for private sector employer, or private sector workers.
Fair enough. One thing that you've mentioned in your testimony, and I've heard you speak over and over about, more than 2 million federal retired employees currently receive federal pension benefits costing more than $100 billion annually, with taxpayers shouldering most of the expense. I just want to repeat that for the committee. 2 million federal retired employees that currently receive over $100 billion in benefits from taxpayers combined together. And just to be abundantly clear to those who spread disinformation, the changes your committee print makes to the federal retirement system do not affect the benefits of those retired employees. Is that a fair statement?
That is 100% correct. That is opposite of what some of the Democrats in Congress have been saying. It does not affect those. The benefits of those are already retired are not impacted, and the change we make to the FERS benefits, the supplemental retirement benefits, takes effect for those retiring after 2027, so that's a 2-year delay.
Exactly. And just to clarify, for those future employees, people that may not be hired for years from now, I think they're given a choice when they're hired.
Right.
It changes in that aspect, but for those retired, it does not. But could you just walk us through what happens as it relates to those who may be hired in the future?
Yeah, in the future, they're going to have a choice. They can be an at-will employee, or they can be the traditional government employee that Mr. McGovern cherishes. And if they're an at-will employee, they would receive a higher benefit. If they want to be a traditional employee that's protected with the very generous federal employee personnel laws that are on the books, then they can do that. So I think this is, our proposal saves billions of dollars, and I think it gives federal workers a choice.
Well, one thing I want to focus on as well is, my district, I'm just south of the Atlanta airport. I represent an enormous amount of air traffic controllers and heard a lot from the air traffic controllers throughout this entire process, and would just love for you to walk the committee through how air traffic controllers are treated as it relates to some of these changes. I know we've worked at great lengths to ensure that we're recruiting the best, enabling the best system for air traffic controllers to thrive so we can keep our skies safe.
Yeah, and Mr. Jack, you've done a great job advocating for them on the Oversight Committee, and I want to be correct a statement that was stated by a Democrat on the Rules Committee earlier. The air traffic controllers are exempted from any changes in this bill. That's in print, so that needs to be clarified. They're completely exempted from any changes.
And law enforcement officers, federal
And law
firefighters.
That's right, Border Patrol.
Wonderful. And as it relates to Border Patrol, just a helpful point as I round out my time, you also achieve savings by removing ineligible dependents from the federal employee health insurance program. I applaud this provision. Taxpayers should not bear the cost of fraud and error committed by federal employees, and did not, just correct me if wrong, did this provision get bipartisan support when it was taken up by the committee last Congress?
It did, and that's something that we should all be applauding here. This is an audit to ensure that there aren't people on the benefits plan that are ineligible. And that's kind of what Brett Guthrie done with Medicaid. We're not cutting Medicaid. We're not cutting these benefit. With that provision, we're trying to ensure that people who are on the system are truly eligible and to remove those that are ineligible. GAO report estimated that if we do this audit, it'll save $1.5 billion taxpayer money. So I think that's a pretty good deal for the American taxpayer.
Well, I appreciate your leadership. I very much am grateful for yourself and all that worked on the committee to help support air traffic controllers. It's very important in my district. And with that, Madam Chair, I respectfully yield back.
Madam Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair, I just want to point out, you called this meeting, and I'm looking at who's here. There's 4 of us and only 3 of you. And your members can't be bothered to even sit here and listen to the witnesses. And I just say that because if that continues, we're going to move to adjourn. So I hope that your members will, since you called this meeting, will actually be here present and listening to being in the other room is not being here. So I just point that out and say that we will feel obligated to move to adjourn again if that continues. Thank you.
Mr. McGovern, our members are in and out, just like your members are in and out. You were gone for about 30 minutes, and so we always allow people to move in and out.
There are more of us
meetings.
here right now, and we're in the minority.
Well,
Just pointing it out.
our members.
This has been a
are here.
tactic in the Agriculture Committee, I don't know about the other committees, where Republicans just get up and leave. And so I think people ought to be present here. At least you ought to have more of you here than us here. Thank you.
There are more of us here than you, so there's no reason to delay this meeting any longer than it is. Mr. Neguse, what I'm saying is there's no need to delay this meeting any longer than we have to. Thank you. Recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, all the chairs and ranking members. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your testimony. Got a lot of questions, but I guess first I want to, maybe if the chairwoman would indulge me, give her an opportunity to say a word, and that is my assumption, and I think the assumption for most Americans, is that the reason Republicans have decided to notice this hearing and proceed in the dead of night is because this bill is indefensible. It sounds like maybe you have a different reason, and so I guess I'm trying to understand, why was this meeting scheduled for 1 a.m.? Why are we meeting at 3 a.m.? What was the rationale? Or is there a rationale that am I mistaken?
I think my opening statement stands for itself, Mr. Neguse.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, Madam Chair. I would just say, I mean, your opening statement essentially, as best as I could tell, were ruminations about, what happened in 2007, 20 years ago. I wasn't here. Most of us weren't here. I don't know that that is a cogent rationale to say.
2022, two and a half years ago.
And so the basis for scheduling this hearing in the dead of night is that you've decided that this is just the way things should work, and that this is, I mean, I'll just proceed. I'll just say this, Madam Chair. It does not take more than a cursory review online to find quotes from just about every member on the other side of the dais, including you, Madam Chair, back in 2009, again, it's a long time ago, regarding a stimulus bill that you described as rush legislation that was thrown together, quote, who threw together the final stimulus bill in the dead of night. Another bill that you, quote, said, the bill that was finalized in the dark of night. So I think it's an unfair and unreasonable mischaracterization of our position and with respect to the disagreement we have about this process unfolding in the dead of night. And it makes no sense to me why House Republicans didn't notice this hearing for 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. It would not have been a difficult thing to say, yeah, instead of meeting at 1 a.m., we're just going to meet in the morning. And the American people are going to be able to watch and hear this fulsome debate and be able to reach their own conclusions. That doesn't seem like an unreasonable position to take. And I suppose, and maybe I'll start with Chairman Arrington, because I know him to be a reasonable person. Welcome back to to the committee. I don't know.
Now I'm nervous.
Well, I don't think you were here in 2007 either. Maybe you were.
No,
I
was
don't
not.
think you were. Is this, I mean, you can't possibly agree that it is a prudent thing to do to have this hearing at 3 a.m. I mean, is this how you imagined legislation would be made in Washington when you were running for Congress, Mr. Chairman? Really?
I imagined that we would have the sense of urgency to complete the task in the time frame that we set.
And so the 5 hours between doing it at 1 a.m. and doing it at 6 a.m., that's the urgency you're describing? What deadline is there on Thursday, or I guess tonight, getting this bill done? What is the...
Well, as you know, there are time frames associated with each phase of the process when
Sure.
you are conducting regular order. I'm very proud that this has been bottom-up, committee and member-driven, and it's been a regular order process.
Mr. Arrington,
And the goal was to have it done by Memorial
all right,
Weekend.
I was hoping I could...
I'm not saying I
you
like
would
it.
give me an intellectually honest answer, the kind of answer I think that your constituents and my constituents in Colorado and your constituents in Texas would expect, which is to say, obviously, this isn't reasonable. It does not make sense. This isn't transparent to hold hearings at 3 a.m. on a bill of this size and this scope and this scale. That's not in the best interests of the country. You could just as easily delay it 5 hours, let the American public have an opportunity to listen to this debate, and then vote on the bill on Thursday. And all of you could go home for the district work period. So I don't, this false sense of urgency for 5 or 6 hours makes no sense. It's and again, I understand that's your rationale. I think the American people are smarter than the House Republican caucus are giving them credit for. They know what this is about, and when they wake up, invariably, later this morning, and they find that this bill was reported out of this committee in the dead of night, I think they'll reach their own conclusions about House Republicans' commitment or lack thereof to transparency. And just for the record, because I want to be an equal opportunity advocate here with respect to some of your colleagues on the other side of the aisle who serve on this committee, who apparently have decided not to attend the very hearing that they demanded we hold in the middle of the night. But they have spent years condemning late-night rule committee markups and bills that are reported out. Mr. Norman, I'm just going to read some of his greatest hits. This is from 2019. 2,300 pages, less than 24 hours to read, debate, and vote. Oh, and $400 billion added to our national debt. That's an ex post. Another one. New swamp minibus dropped at 2 a.m. It was actually earlier, I guess, than where we find ourselves today. We're expected to vote on $1 trillion in spending tomorrow. It's 1,000 plus pages. This won't be good. Diving in now. Another one. You'd never be expected to sign a 1,000-page document to buy a new car in a day. Why should Congress be expected to sign off on 1,000 plus pages resulting in $1.2 trillion in spending in a day? That's our colleague, Mr. Norman. I'll be very interested to what he has to say when we wrap this hearing up at 10, 11 a.m. later this morning. Mr. Arrington, I want to talk about the deficit. I've known you historically to be, I thought, somewhat of a deficit hawk. At least is that a fair characterization?
That is fair.
At least prior to this bill?
Even with this bill that
Let's get into
reduces
that.
the debt.
I'll ask you a couple questions on that front. Okay, so here's a press release. This is from March 25th of this year. A gentleman by the name of Ray Dalio. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting him. It says, Ray Dalio to House GOP. This is on the House Budget Committee's website. Cut the budget deficit to 3% of GDP. This was his admonition to you and to your Republican colleagues that it was a laudable goal to try to get the deficit to 3% of the GDP. Do you agree that that's a laudable goal?
Yes.
Is that something you're passionate about?
Absolutely.
What's fascinating is that the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget just issued a press release today. You might have heard it. You might have read it. I'll read you the headline. House bill would put 3% deficit far out of reach. So this goal that you have, that you seem to be particularly passionate about, is one that is not embedded in this bill that you're asking your colleagues to support, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. You're familiar with that organization?
I am.
And I think they've featured you at different times. I think they've applauded you, if I'm not mistaken, in the past.
They're good people, and good people can disagree.
Let me read to you what these good people have said about your bill. They have said, and I'll quote, unfortunately, The House Reconciliation Bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, would increase deficits significantly. The House Reconciliation Bill would put the 3% deficit target further out of reach. These are your allies. I mean, these are people who are fighting for a responsible federal budget, who've been imploring the Congress to take deficits seriously. A month ago, you had folks coming in saying, Mr. Chairman, get to that 3% target.
Yeah.
And now you have these experts that you've praised in the past telling you you're way off the mark. Make it make sense, Mr. Chairman.
Well, to get to a 3% deficit to GDP, which would stabilize the debt, you've heard the Secretary of Treasury establish a similar metric, would take $7+ trillion in spending reduction. It's a great goal, and it's a clear one, and it's measurable. But just like coming out of the World War II, 120 roughly percent debt to GDP, we're comparable to that today, actually have exceeded it. It took time. And I would say this is a substantial effort and step to begin bending the curve on debt to GDP. So my analysis is different from my friends in the organization that you mentioned.
Different isn't the word I would use. I mean, different
it is when the bottom-
different is one opinion, is a bit of a deviation. They are saying you are wrong. I didn't quote it length. I mean, I'll just keep reading here. In 2027, we estimate the House Reconciliation Bill would boost deficits to about 7% of GDP, which is more than double Besant's, the Treasury Secretary that you referenced, proposed fiscal target, 1.8% of GDP above current law and 0.7% of GDP higher than a simple extension of the Tax Cut and Job Act's individual provisions. What they're saying, I think, is that if you just simply extended the tax bill and didn't do anything else, you would reduce the deficit more than what you've done here.
I don't know how that could be even possible.
Well, I'm reading their press release.
But we reduced, just let's think through this. We reduced spending by 1.7 roughly trillion dollars. And they're suggesting by extending the tax cuts without that reduction in spending, we would be better off?
I think I can tell you why. And I'm happy to give the ranking member of the Budget Committee opportunity. It's because of the tax breaks that you have given to the richest Americans embedded in this bill, such that at the end of the day, the savings that you've described ultimately don't put the dent into the deficit that you proclaim. Ranking Member Boyle, you can correct me if I'm mistaken about that.
I like you both, but Neguse has the better side of the argument, I think quite clearly. I would point out a few things. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget is, I have to say, admirably independent, and at times they are an equal opportunity afflictor of both sides of the political divide, depending on the piece of legislation that's coming down the pike. Their credibility is quite clear. They've been consistent when it comes to deficit and debt, and they are calling out the intellectual dishonesty in this piece of legislation. There's actually a conservative think tank called the Manhattan Institute, which indicates that the Republican bill is actually the most expensive piece of legislation since the 1960s, since Lyndon Johnson's Great Society. So it's no accident that Moody's chose this past Friday to, for the first time in American history, downgrade our debt. They've been withholding joining the other two credit agencies, one of which had downgraded our debt back in 2011 when the Tea Party Congress drove us right up to the brink in terms of whether or not we would have a debt ceiling crisis. And then there was another credit downgrade by a different credit agency a couple of years ago, which was also related to another potential crisis in terms of the debt ceiling. Though that credit downgrade a couple of years ago did also reference the future trajectory of our debt. And now here we are with Moody's, for whom the trajectory, because of this legislation, of our deficits and debt was finally what prompted them to be the last of the three credit agencies to downgrade our debt. So finally, as you pointed out, what we're seeing in the bond market, that can't be spun. That can't be papered over with a gimmick like current policy baseline. The reality is these markets are charging us more now for our debt, which means higher mortgages, higher auto loan rates, higher costs for the American people.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Ranking Member Boyle. And as I go through the constellation of the entities and the individuals that have opined as to the impact of this bill on the deficit, it's pretty clear to me the conclusion. Apparently, the CBO, the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, I was unaware of the Manhattan Institute's conclusions. I guess we'll add them to the list. By the way, Republicans also, Republican senators, right? I mean, Chairman, you're aware of, we don't have to go through the litany of the statements. I mean, I'm happy to read them to you, but you're aware of what Senator Rand Paul and, other colleagues of yours in the upper chamber have said about this bill and about their concerns regarding the deficit. Well, it's 3 a.m. Why not? I'll offer a few of these. May as well. This was Rand Paul today. Apparently, the Speaker, I guess, met with the Senate Republicans, and this is Rand Paul's quote. Quote, the Speaker basically said that conservatives just have to live with raising the debt ceiling $5 trillion or $4 trillion, which is a historic amount. And I'm one conservative who won't live with that. Senator Ron Johnson, this is a week and a half ago, quote, the one big beautiful bill, I never thought I'd be quoting Senator Johnson, but anyway, I digress. The one big beautiful bill that Congress is working on is certainly big, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Too often, the reality of these budget debates get obscured in details, politically charged issues, and demagoguery. Under every scenario now being considered, federal debt continues to skyrocket from its current level of almost $37 trillion. And I could go on. So Republican senators, the CBO, the Committee for the Responsible Federal Budget, my Democratic colleagues, everyone who's looked at this bill seems to conclude it is going to blow up our deficit. Everyone but you, Mr. Chairman. And I just can't understand why.
Would you like me to explain?
Yes, sure.
Well, I don't know if you know what the annual average GDP was during Trump's tenure prior to COVID, and I'm not going to ask you the questions.
I appreciate that.
But it was close to what the annual average GDP rate was for President Biden, actually, if you control for COVID, around 2.8. It was 1.8 when President Trump took over in his first year of his first term. He was able, because of the pro-growth policies, including the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, but also massive deregulation efforts, America First trade, et cetera, good energy policy, was able to move the needle by an entire 100 basis points, which over the budget window is about $3 trillion. So just to be conservative, we locked in an assumption that was lower than both, 2.6. So ironically, CBO projects the annual average growth rate at this point, which I think is actually pretty aggressive, given that they assume the tax cuts would expire, is 1.8%. So to have a conservative assumption of 2.6 plus the $1.7 trillion in spending reduction actually not only balances, but in 10 years it reduces the deficit, and more importantly, it brings the debt to GDP down, which I think is the best measure of the fiscal health of our country, by 10 percentage points.
I've given
when
you,
does that ever happen?
I've given you some room to respond on that.
Thank you for the time.
Of course. Can I tell you what the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget
Well,
said about?
I wish you wouldn't.
I'd be happy to, because they actually looked at this exact issue.
Yeah, sure.
I think it's important. And they said, and I'll quote, most analyses have found that the House bill, that the House bill would have either a modest positive or modest negative effect on output and would not meaningfully change the annual growth rate. Yet even with the concurrent budget resolution's assumptions of 2.6%, the very percent that you just identified, average real annual growth, which is quite optimistic in the near term and highly unrealistic over a decade, deficits would remain well above the 3% target. Mr. Chairman, look, I get it.
It's one source, but-
We've been through
Yeah.
this routine previously. I know
Yes.
when you testified in front of the committee before, I recognize you're here selling a product that I honestly don't think that you agree with, but, I understand the assignment. And so I will just simply tell you, I don't think that this bill is in the best interest of the fiscal health of our country, and there's a reason why virtually every expert has reached the same conclusion. I want to ask some questions of Chairman Hill, if he might indulge me. So can you just describe to us, Chairman Hill, the impetus behind the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board?
Public Company Oversight Board, what we've done is we've transferred.
No, not what you've done recently. I'm asking, why do we have it? How was it created?
It was created during the crisis around the failure of Enron.
That's right? So it's in the wake of Enron, in the wake of WorldCom, in the
And there
wake
was an
of...
assertion by the Congress at that time that all public accounting firms needed an independent regulatory body.
Correct. And that assertion, you probably are aware, was supported by an overwhelming majority of the Congress.
It was.
You know how many-
And so we're continuing that
I know.
oversight of public.
Do you know how many members of Congress voted for that bill to create the Public Accounting Oversight Board?
The vast majority. Very few people voted no.
431.
Yeah.
431, signed into law by President Bush, right? And you all have chosen to eliminate it, right?
Not true.
You're not eliminating it.
No, we're transferring the authority to oversee the public accounting from the PCAOB to the SEC.
To the SEC, got it. But you're not allocating any funding to the SEC to actually perform these duties, right? There's no money in this bill for that.
We are taking the fees that were being charged to the companies and eliminating those fees.
I understand you're limiting the fees, yes. So my point is, you've said,
We're
you said I'm
saving
not
man-
dismantling the agency, but we're moving it to the SEC. But we're not giving the SEC a dime to do any of these critical accounting functions that virtually every Republican in the United States Congress supported a mere 20 years ago, right?
We're cutting the mandatory spending that is in this, currently in the budget for the PCOB, transferring those authorities to the SEC, and I'm sure they can come to the Congress for appropriations.
Got it. So in the interim, there will be no public accounting oversight
No.
activities, right? Yeah.
That's not true. The work
do you
of
mean?
overseeing the public accounting firms will continue.
By who?
We've contemplated that in the bill in the terms of the phase-out. It's in the reconciliation bill.
Describe it to us. I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand. You're saying it gets moved over to the SEC. There's no new funds. There's no mandate that there be...
There's a phase-out period in the reconciliation bill, and that will afford the SEC the opportunity to seek appropriations.
So does the bill it gives the SEC the opportunity to seek appropriation. So until that agent, and of course we have no idea as to whether or not the Congress will ultimately consent to that appropriation request, there's also no language in this bill that mandates that the Public Accounting Board, the personnel who work for this entity now that's been in existence for 20-some odd years, are rehired by the SEC.
That's true.
Okay. This is coupled with, obviously, we've gone to great length, and, Ranking Member articulated well the cuts to the CFPB, and I know you don't contest that, the 70% cut, obviously, to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau.
We're taking the cap of the amount of money the CFPB can request from the Fed from 12% to 5%. It's not being cut, as the gentleman from Pennsylvania asserted, to zero. It's also not the only agency that does consumer compliance in the financial services sector either.
I understand your rationale with respect to that secondary part, but I just want to zero in here on the financial piece, because I guess my read of the bill was that it will significantly reduce the funds that are available for the CFPB to be able to perform the duties that it's responsible for executing under federal law.
The CFPB is often lost in federal court time and time again for exceeding its authority, proposing regulations that are not statutorily approved, proposing new functions that are not statutorily approved by Congress. And we believe that the money that is in the 5% cap is adequate for them to do their compliance responsibilities under the Act.
Yeah, again, I'm not a gotcha question. I hear your rationale for opposing the CFPB. I was just trying to get a better sense of...
I didn't say that. I said we think this is the adequate
that's
funding.
adequate for them to perform the function, but that it is a significant reduction in the resources that they have. And I
In
understand.
FY 2019, it was exactly around $250 million. This year in FY '25, they're proposing $800 million in spending. And yet, in our view, the spending is adequate to be at $250 million, looking at their own analysis of their own personnel, compared from when it was at its full initial
Got it.
operating phase in 2012 and comparing it to today, we believe it's adequate.
Okay. Financial Stability Oversight Council, reducing funding by 90%.
No.
No?
What we've done is the fees that are the budget for the Financial Stability Oversight Council, which is supported by bipartisan members of the Congress.
Right.
We're simply saying that it's the actual expenses. So the Office of Financial Research, where that revenue takes place, we've looked at the 3 years average use to support the FSOC's operation. We've capped it at that 3-year average level for the actual functioning expenses of FSOC. We're not eliminating FSOC. We're not eliminating the funding for FSOC.
I want to give the ranking member an opportunity to respond, and perhaps she can clarify if I'm misunderstanding the nature of the way in which FSOC's funding will be implicated. So I'd like to have that clarified.
First of all, I want to go back to
The microphone.
I want to say a word about the PCOB that is being transferred. You talked about the fact that the PCAOB was being transferred to the SEC. And you wanted to know whether or not there were any funds that followed that. And the answer by Chairman Hill was that they could come and ask for more money. But it is really a lot more serious than simply whether or not they have the money. They had a hard time getting an agreement with the Chinese that are in our financial markets. But under the Biden administration, they were able to work out an agreement with the Chinese that was very, very important. Now, that agreement does not extend to the SEC. And so that means that the SEC, the auditors won't be able, perhaps, to deal with China, Germany, and a lot of the other places. So this is very, very serious, and I just wanted to say that. Next, you were talking about the council.
FSOC.
About why it is so important and what is happening to it. Well, the council is very important because we are at a time when all of these crazy tariffs are being initiated by the President of the United States of America. And we have rising inflation also. This means that the cost of loans are going to be much more expensive. I want you to know that investors around the world are freaking out, unsettled about what is happening. And so what you have is not only the unsettlement, but the uncertainty that is being created by these tariffs. And we haven't talked a lot about tariffs here tonight. And the president is giving all these excuses why he wakes up in the morning and decides that he's going to change the amount of the tariffs. And he said that the reason that we're having all these tariffs is they aren't paying their fair share, and he's going to use the new money that he's going to collect for manufacturing, et cetera, et cetera. He's going to do all of that. However, I want you to know that these tariffs are being placed on bananas and coffee, and that has nothing to do with what he's saying he's going to use the money for. So the council is so very important as we take a look at what needs to be known with this crisis that's being created and how the federal government could get involved much sooner than what happened in 2008. And so we need it. If you just take a look at what happened with AIG, which is one of the biggest problems that had to be corrected, they got in charge of that, and they were able to not only give new oversight, but it was restructured and it was no longer a threat. So it's very important to have the counsel and the research that goes along with it.
Well, I would say, thank you, Madam Ranking Member, and I would just say, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Hill, I respect your expertise. I know you've worked on these issues. I know you've served in the Treasury Department, and I understand the policy reasons that you might have, and
We were directed,
and
Mr.
believe,
Nagise.
well, let me finish. It wasn't a
Okay.
question. That you believe with respect to some of the changes that you're seeking to make. My simple suggestion is that the changes you are making to the Accounting Board, to the CFPB, to FSOC, taken together in the aggregate, all of these agencies, these entities were created for a reason, right? And they were in the wake of very serious financial crises that engulfed our country. And I just don't, I don't think that it's in the best interest of American consumers to pursue these kinds of changes. I also think they're policy changes, and that, you know, ultimately if the parliamentarian in the Senate is abiding by precedent, that they shouldn't make it through the birdbath, but that's a different inquiry. So in any event, I will move on. My final question to Chairman Comer. Mr. Chairman, so with respect to the exchange you were having with one of my colleagues earlier about the exemptions that you all crafted into the bill regarding air traffic controllers, that's in relation to the at-will, this distinction essentially between giving federal employees the choice of choosing the at-will employment versus non-at-will employment, federal protections, but a higher retirement contribution. Is that, am I right that that's what the exemption is applying to?
What's that? I mean, I don't understand your question.
Why don't you describe to me, I wanted to better understand the new language, the language that you all have adopted regarding air traffic controllers and law enforcement.
They're exempted from any changes.
Any of the changes that you all are making with respect to the federal benefits system. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. That didn't exist in the original bill, or was that not the case?
There were exemptions for Border Patrol, and I was. Yeah, they were, I guess you could say, partially exempt.
Yeah, and that's the genesis of my question was,
Okay.
I'm really drilling down on, and your staff director, I think can probably attest to this issue around the provision that I would say compels, you would say offers federal employees this choice to choose at-will employment and a higher contribution for their retirement benefits, right? Or to stay within the federal protected system and have to pay a higher contribution on their end. That original provision did not have the exemptions that you all have added now for law enforcement, for Border Patrol, for air traffic controllers. That wasn't in the bill that you all marked up a few days ago that the Republican majority on the bill approved. Or am I wrong about that?
That's correct.
Okay. What I am interested in is, was there a discussion, and are you willing to have a discussion, particularly as you consider a manager's amendment, to draw out a similar exemption for veterans? So veterans who have rights under the in the current system, if you're a veteran and you work at any of our federal agencies, right, but you don't fall into this particular job classification exemption, you have rights before the Merit Systems Protection Board that you can adjudicate, right, as a veteran. And my point is to simply say, why wouldn't you draw out this exemption to include veterans, irrespective of whether or not they fall into this classification or not?
Look, the bill can be amended through the process. I mean, this is, we passed out, we were given instructions to say $51 billion. We met that. And look, during discussions. There's going to be minor changes made here and there. With respect to at-will, I want to make it clear there are certain states that have at-will civil service employees. Some of those states are Georgia, Texas, Florida, and Utah. So I don't think there's anything groundbreaking or unique here.
No, I'm not, but what I'm suggesting is you crafted this exemption over the course of the last 72 hours. You added a very large exemption to this bill. That's an exemption I support, by the way, with respect to what you've drawn out here. Clearly, you have the capacity to just add veterans. You could do that now. There's negotiations apparently happening somewhere in this building, and Ranking Member McGovern and Chairman Arrington's colloquy, I think, established that. So I don't really understand why you wouldn't just make the case to the leadership, respectfully, Mr. Chairman, to say, okay, if this exemption was worth pursuing, let's add veterans as well, so that we're not forcing veterans into this Hobson's choice that we've decided we did not want to force upon firefighters, air traffic controllers, and other law enforcement officials. I think that's a reasonable request to make on behalf of our nation's veterans. And as you know, a large portion of the federal workforce are veterans. So I think that this would be the least we could do. And I would implore you, I don't know if you have further thoughts on that, but I mean, you're the chairman, and I assume
we've
negotiated this
already
exemption.
passed our bill out of the committee, so it's not.
But this amendment happened after you marked up the bill. That's my point. You passed the bill. It included no exemptions for police officers, for firefighters, for border patrol. It was a limited exemption, as your staff director noted. You've added that in the last couple of days because there were stakeholders who made clear their outrage, which, by the way, was expressed by Democrats, I understand, during the markup, and Ranking Member Lynch can comment on that if he'd like, but I think Democratic members of the committee made the case that this ought to be, obviously, we believe it should be
Well,
limited
Democrats want to
entirely,
spend, into oblivion. I mean, if it were just Democrats, there wouldn't be any cuts.
Well,
We just keep spending money. and keep adding to
I
the
would not
deficit.
call.
I mean, somebody has to step up.
We're on
an unsustainable time.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I would not call. I'm almost done here. I would respectfully.
You ask a question.
He
Mr.
answered.
Comer was attempting to answer your
answered.
question.
Okay.
You know, Mr. Neguse, there is no prize here for talking the longest.
Well, Madam
so,
Chair, I had intended to finish, but I've got about 7 more questions. I guess I'll proceed with Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer, go ahead and finish your question, or your answer, sorry.
Look, I've stated the obvious. We are trying to do the best we can to be fiscally responsible. It's no fun when you have to make cuts. You all don't know what that's like. You've never cut anything in your life. You just continue to spend. We're on an unsustainable path. We have limited jurisdiction on the Oversight Committee. We're very passionate about eliminating waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement in the federal government. With respect to this bill, we had a limited portion of jurisdiction, and I think that we've been very transparent with the process. We passed out of committee a bill that saved the taxpayers $51 billion. There have been changes made, as there always is, once the bill passes committee before it's voted on the floor. So I don't know what else there is to say.
So I would say to you, now that you've apparently concluded your answer, that my question was really simple. Really simple. I wasn't asking you to draw out exemptions for this category of folks and other categories of folks. It was very simple. A simple question, which was, are you willing to consider carving out an exemption for our nation's veterans in the same way that you drew out an exemption after the committee marked up this bill? I don't think that's spending into oblivion to say that our nation's veterans should be exempted in the same way that our law enforcement and border patrol agents and air traffic controllers. I don't think that's an unreasonable request. Ranking Member Lynch, do you think that's an unreasonable request?
No, as a matter of fact, one of the amendments I have is to exempt them from the change in the calculation going from the high 3 to high 5. We would maintain the veterans at the high 3, and
just to be clear, they could do that right now.
They could, and the cost, and they've done it, as you pointed out, they've done it for a narrow subset of employees, and that, the high 3 instead of the high 5 was about $16,500 per employee over 20 years of retirement. Not a huge sum of money, but definitely appropriate, given that a veteran must have served honorably and discharged honorably for them to be eligible for these benefits.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Mr. Lynch. And again, Republicans are negotiating right now as we speak on SALT deductions and tax credits and any host of issues that members of your caucus have. And I would think that the least they could do is entertain, or at least not treat it so gingerly that the response of, oh, it's spending into oblivion because we have a simple request. It was the only question that I asked you, Mr. Comer, and so I'm taken aback by your answer. But anyway, I will yield back, bounce my time. I thank the ranking members and the chairs for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Ms. Houchin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of our witnesses for being here this evening, and particularly to our committee chairs for their hard work on this reconciliation bill. Many hours have gone into this, many hours of debate outside of tonight in the broad daylight have gone on this bill. I want to make a few points before I get into questions, and that is in response to a few of the things that have been said by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. One of the things that's been said is that this is a transfer of wealth. What I would say to that is that the only transfer of wealth, resources, and protection of the American people that is occurring right now is a transfer from the American people on behalf of illegal immigrants. That's what's been happening over the last several years under the Biden administration. This bill has also been called a scam, but the only scam that's being played is a scam by the Democrats on the American people for fear-mongering about what this bill is actually doing. Once again, and I'm going to go to my former committee of financial services and go to Chairman Hill on questions about the CFPB. We've heard a lot about the CFPB here this evening. And the thing that I think strikes me most about the CFPB's creation is that only in Washington would we create a federal bureaucracy to fix something that we broke. And I'd like to just submit for the record, Madam Chair, an article by the American Enterprise Institute, October 30th, 2017, A Crisis Caused by Housing Policies, Not Lack of Regulation. Thank you. Because we have the CFPB as a result of a reaction to the banking crisis of 2008, which was driven by housing policies, not by any lack of regulation. And now we've got the CFPB that we live with, and as Chairman Hill, you noted that their budget has been expanding. Notably, their budget expanded during the Obama years and declined during the first Trump administration and expanded again during the Biden years, now to $823 million in fiscal year 25, direct from the Treasury, transfer without having any oversight by the Congress. So we've heard that consumers are going to be left without any protection if we get rid of the CFPB, or if we decrease their funding to roughly the $250 million that we've set in this budget. Is the CFPB the only federal agency, Chairman Hill, that provides consumer protection?
No, Ms. Houchin, it's not. Each of the bank's supervisory agencies has a robust, continuous exam process for all the consumer compliance requirements. The CFPB's focus in Dodd-Frank was to focus on depository institutions, meaning banks, that were larger than $10 billion. Basically, there's 5,000 banks or thereabouts that are smaller than that, and they are having their compliance for lending purposes or deposit purposes fully supervised by the existing bank supervisors. Also, the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, is deeply involved in consumer compliance responsibilities under the securities laws. And we can't forget the Federal Trade Commission, which is very involved in consumer compliance. And those are the principal federal agencies for consumer credit, consumer deposit issues, both for banks and non-banks. And then we cannot forget that the states also regulate non-bank consumer finance, and the state's attorney generals enforce those laws. So there's no lack of oversight and consumer protection in the financial services space, and therefore, that's why, in my judgment, since we're here talking about a reconciliation bill, that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau can complete its statutory tasks under Dodd-Frank with the 5% cap of the Federal Reserve funding. And the two other changes that we made there was simply saying that there's civil penalty fund where they charge wrongdoing and collect funds for the benefit of victims. Once that fund is, the victims are repaid throughout the adjudication process. If there's any surplus money, instead of them being able to keep it, that it go back to the Treasury to benefit the federal budget. And likewise, we say that while they're a unique agency because they have no oversight, they have no congressional appropriation, they have no inspector general, they have no real full compliance with Administrative Procedures Act, for example, in their rulemaking. They've been struck down in the federal courts for overreaching their statute. We also, they have a unique position that once they take their money at their request from the Federal Reserve, they get to carry it over. I don't know a lot of federal agencies that can carry over spending and pile up cash on their balance sheet after September 30 each year. So we cap that in this bill at 5% of that annual budget that they can have.
And in fact, the CFPB has a civil penalty fund sitting on about $2.5 billion, according to my account. 1.7 billion of that was a fine levied against one entity, but they can sit on that cash too. Is that correct?
They can. What we argue is that that money should be allocated to settle victims' claims, and that can take some time during the legal process, so that money can certainly sit there. But the money that's not dedicated to paying a victim claim should be returned to the Treasury.
So you mentioned the FTC. I'm glad you mentioned that because the motto of the Federal Trade Commission is protecting American consumers. In fact, the United States has 12 separate federal financial regulators and state regulators for securities, banking, and insurance. And it is duplicative that we do have the CFPB. We certainly don't need to be funding the CFPB at the extent that we do because, as you mentioned, not only do we have states' attorneys general who are also protecting consumers, but we also have plaintiffs' lawyers who can take class action suits as well. Madam Chair, I would like to submit for the record an article dated February 18th, 2025 by the Cato Institute, Consumers Will Be Safe Without the CFPB.
Without objection.
In the remaining time that I have, and I've gone over 5 minutes, but I do want to go to my Budget Committee Chair, Mr. Arrington, just with really one question. Has the CBO ever been wrong?
Well, in my short tenure, they actually were off in their estimation of the deficit, and their excuse was it was hard to keep up. I'm paraphrasing. It was hard to keep up with the trillions of dollars in spending, would be $8 trillion total in deficit spending of the last administration, $2 trillion by executive actions. That was what was hard. So let's consider all things. They were off by $1 trillion, which that's a big miss. And so, yes, they've been wrong. They were wrong in their projections on revenue to the Treasury post-TCJA. We had record revenue, record corporate revenue. So they are wrong often, and sometimes they're wrong in an order of magnitude, in one case by $1 trillion.
And if I'm not mistaken, sorry, I went past my second, I went on to a second question, and I'm going to be wrapping up. They underestimated the cost of the IRA, and they underestimated the benefits of Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Is that correct?
Along with underestimating the cost of Obamacare, and a whole list of other things, but that is correct. I will say that JCT was the initial scorekeeper or administered the score for the IRA tax credits, green energy tax subsidies, and they were off by almost 4 times.
Yeah.
The actual cost.
So all this conversation about how reliant we should be on CBO scores to tell us what, the cost of what we're doing is going to be, CBO has not been all that reliable, and as history has shown. Is that correct?
That's correct, and if I may, Ms. Houchin, I'd say the best predictor of the future is past performance, and what we tried to do is be conservative about a growth assumption at 2.6, which was under the annual average of both President Trump and President Biden. I thought that was the responsible thing to do, which forced us as a conference to put these gentlemen in the position, among other authorizing chairmen, to dig deep on rooting out waste in this, the people's government. I'm very proud that in the end, it's reducing the deficit by about $175 billion. We need to do more. We need to rinse and repeat future reconciliation bills. But the debt to GDP going down by 10 percentage points is, in this environment, and over the last couple of decades, is just probably unfathomable, but we've achieved it. I'm convinced we will achieve it and then some, because we're not adding tariff revenue, we're not adding other things that I believe will happen because of the iron will of this president on that front, if not on others. So thank you.
Thank you so much to the witnesses for your long hours of testimony. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Houchin. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know whether to say, buenos dias, good night. We don't really have a word in either Spanish or English when you start at 1 a.m. and when you finally start asking questions at 4 a.m. But it is still nighttime. And Americans, some of them looking, we have 150 people outside standing in the rain asking us to do the right thing. I want to do a shout out to them. But Americans might have just woken up and they don't know what's happening. But let me tell you, it's a nightmare, right? We are living through a nightmare. And if you are a veteran, if you are a pregnant mother, if you live in rural America, this is a Republican nightmare. Because this bill that they are going to be pushing through in the dead of night is the biggest transfer of wealth from the poor, working families and middle class, to the wealthiest, right? And CBO put it out. Now, they don't want to pay attention to CBO because they don't like the facts, right? They don't like what it actually looks like. But we know that these numbers are horrible, and we'll get into them in a bit. But when we think about this transfer of wealth, especially this chart here, it gets me. It really gets me. There we go. From the lowest decile to the highest that CBO put out. And many of the people in this room are people of faith. And they might have heard when John the Baptist actually said that if you have 2 tunics, you should give one away. And if you have wealth, you should help feed the hungry. What we are seeing here today with the Republican bill is the actual opposite. Republicans are taking from the poor and giving to the rich so they can buy more tunics. The wealthy don't need any more money to buy any more yachts. But when you take away that $6 a day that the poor and the working poor are receiving to put food on their table, you are taking away from the poor to give to the wealthy, the exact opposite of what John the Baptist told us what we should do. And no matter how you slice this, it is raising the deficit, right? We don't know exactly how much because they keep changing the bill. 2 trillion, 3 trillion, 5 trillion, 7 trillion. It keeps going up and down and backwards because they keep tweaking it, keep negotiating, adding more. But it is raising the deficit. And so this bad billionaires bill, it's not beautiful, it's bad, and it's for the billionaires, is going to be paid for by you, the American people, because you're going to have to pay back the debt that they are borrowing to give to the wealthiest among us. So Trump is betraying you. He's betraying rural America. He's betraying veterans. He's betraying working families. But, you know, the ranking members and the chairman, I really need to give it to you. You've sat in your chair, even most of the Republicans have been absent. You have all been here, and so I appreciate you. You know, let's start with the idea and this concept of the deficit. Our colleagues talk about it all the time. Representative Roy, who isn't here, who hasn't been tonight, well, he's not here. The hearing is here, right? Representative Massey, who used to sit out there, he has that little ticker, right? Everybody sees this ticker, you know, that goes on. I'm so worried about him because once you guys pass this bill, that thing is just going to go so fast, it's going to burn a hole through his suit. And Representative Norman, he's often rallied against increased deficits. In fact, you know, Congressman Roy said, who's not here, but since he's not here, I'll quote him. Open quote, "I have to now admonish my colleagues on this side of the aisle. This bill falls profoundly short. It does not do what we say it does with respect to deficits." You know what? I agree with Representative Roy. It doesn't do what they say. It increases the deficit. So, Chair Arrington, it sounds like you are in favor of reducing deficits. Correct.
Would you repeat that, please? I apologize.
Do you favor reducing deficits?
Yes, I do, which is why I support this bill.
Which is why I support the bill. So the problem is that you're saying we want to reduce the deficits, but any outside analysis of this bill, any independent analysis of this bill actually increases the deficit. So, you know, Ranking Member Boyle, they keep saying it doesn't increase the deficit. How can they get to that when we've had all these independent analysis of a deficit increase?
Well, I mean, CBO, which of course is not infallible, but it's not just CBO. It is literally every organization that I've seen, from nonpartisan to center-right, Committee or Center for Responsible Federal Budget, CBO, Yale Budget Lab, Wharton Budget Model, Manhattan Institute. The list goes on and on. So for the other side to be right, all of those organizations I've mentioned would have to be wrong. I think that is highly implausible.
Right, and we also heard the White House press secretary yesterday say, this bill does not add to the deficit, right? Quote unquote. So what we are hearing is basically, trust me, don't trust any independent analysis, trust me. And I heard Chair Arrington, a lot of what you're basing your thought on, if I'm correct, is you're looking at growth projections, and that's why we're not going to have the deficit that all of the other ones are talking
It's a combination of revenue from growth and the deepest spending reductions in the history of the country by twofold. So it's a combination of the two.
So I agree with you. These are we agree. These are the deepest spending cuts, I think, ever, right? But
which is ironic because it only represents a very small, like 3% of the entire federal budget. Isn't that incredible?
Right. So I think that's where we agree. You know, I kind of agree that deficits are a problem, right? But what you are doing is, instead of saying there are different ways of cutting the deficit, you are saying we're going to cut the deficit by going after the people who rely most on the programs to feed the hungry, to make sure that Americans have health care, to make sure that veterans who rely on Medicaid and these programs to make sure you're not hungry, disabled people. Like, you are cutting the programs that Americans need the most. And that is something that we can agree on. And you're doing that so that we can benefit the wealthiest among us. So this chart here that the CBO put out is just the top 10 percentile. But, you know, when you go down to the rest of them, it is actually the richest 20% get 67% of the benefit. So the billionaires, Representative Scott said, well, you know, I know there's some billionaires. The billionaires are doing really well by this bill. The billionaires, richest 1%, get the biggest benefit, 24%. Let's make clear, this is a transfer of wealth from working class families, from those who work for a living, those who are disabled, to the billionaires. Now, Chairman Arrington, you know, the Cato Institute, which is, and then, you know, it's not a left-wing institute, right? They actually, to your point of this is going to lead to a lot of job growth, says, as to the Ways and Means Committee, and it's gotten worse since then, I'm going to quote, Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the Cato Institute. Republicans' one big, beautiful tax bill needs a makeover.
Without objection.
And so I'm going to quote from it. It said, the Ways and Means Committee's one big, beautiful bill falls short of delivering serious pro-growth tax reform. It misses the opportunity to make the most important incentives for long-term growth permanent, and includes at least 20 new or expanded tax subsidies, dramatically increasing the complexity of tax code. It says that's going to be a minuscule vote. So you're going to put Americans through all this pain for very little growth, But, you know, we've also heard everybody talk about the issue of deficits and who actually does a good job of that. Republicans seem to always talk about deficits when they want to, like, hurt working families. Ranking Member Smith, I really appreciated your comments about the fact that these deficits are really a national security issue. And when you talked about this national security issue, it made me think about a review of Democrats and Republicans, like who's increased the deficit and who's decreased the deficit. And we can look at those numbers, and it looks like Reagan and H.W. Bush, you know, they kind of like, the deficit didn't move too much under them. There were those tax cuts, there were things, there was a slight rise. Under Clinton, the deficit fell. He actually went into negative territory where he brought down the deficit. He spent less. He balanced the budget. And then we had President George W. Bush. He just makes that deficit go up again. Another Democrat comes in, and they lower the deficit. And then Trump comes in, and he just blows the deficit out of the water. Biden comes in, he lowers the deficit. So now we're going to see that Trump is going to make this deficit go up again. So there's a pattern here that we are seeing. Democrats bring down the deficit. We're fiscally responsible. Republicans make it go up. Democrats bring it down. Republicans make it go up again. Chairman Smith, how do you see this kind of pattern with regards to looking at it from a national security issue? Who's better on the deficit, Democrat presidents or Republican presidents?
Well, as I said, if you believe that the Department of Defense needs more money to meet the challenges that we face, and we do face an incredibly complex threat environment, and a lot of challenges there, then you're going to need resources to do that. And if you significantly reduce the amount of revenue coming in, you're not going to have the resources to do that. And I do want to point out, there was some conversation about how the Trump tax cut was such a wonderful thing for fiscal responsibility, and yet the chart shows that under President Trump, the debt went up by more than it went up under any other president in the history of the country. And that started before COVID. So it is, I know it is the holy grail of being a Republican that you can cut taxes and somehow increase the amount of revenue and reduce the deficit. It's a nice theory. It just never actually works. And I could get into this whole complicated, where our tax rates are right now and where they've been, frankly, ever since Reagan, they're not high enough that you can cut them and really get that type of a boost. And that is reflected by the numbers. And I know this is what the Republicans have decided to tell themselves to get through passing this bill, is that somehow there's going to be this magic wand and growth is going to appear and it's going to solve all of our problems. It's just that that's literally never worked. And it's not going to work this time. We are significantly reducing the amount of money coming into the federal government. So if you want to spend money on anything, and I understand, I mean, if you don't want to spend as much money on entitlements or whatever you want to call them, that's a policy argument. And if you're going to say, look, I don't want the taxes, so I'm not going to pay for that. But if you really want to meet national security needs, that's, I don't know, what is it, roughly 12% of the budget, I think, is defense, and you're going to significantly reduce the amount of revenue available, you're not going to get there. And again, it's this myth that if you cut taxes, you're going to get more money than you would have gotten if you hadn't. Now, by and large, revenue goes up year to year because population growth and all of that, but it goes up by less if you reduce the amount of revenue that you're collecting. And that leaves you in a weakened position to fund absolutely anything that you want to fund. And that certainly includes defense, which again is about 12% of the federal budget.
Thank you, Ranking Member. And, you know, Chairman Arrington, you actually said earlier, the best predictor is past performance. And I think that the chart, which shows that deficits have gone down during Democrat presidents and gone up during Republican presidents, is an incredible predictor of future performances.
Except it's not true. I mean, if you want me to respond, I can, but if not, that's okay. But it's not true. So you mentioned my name. I just want to get that out. By the way, President Biden, under his tenure, increased the deficit by almost twice as much when you look at the partisan, not bipartisan legislation in an unprecedented pandemic. Okay? We all voted for the trillions of dollars in that time frame. But the $2 trillion in additional spending purely true. We all have contributed. I mean, both parties have. There's no question. And there are structural problems in the budget that are promises made that we have not been willing to fund by either saving money through cuts or raising revenue. So what we've done is we've deferred the tax on our children, and we're going to stick them with the bill. So there's not a profile and courage in this town on either side in terms of the parties. But to be clear, President Trump and President Biden, if you add it up, it's and again, nobody should get a gold star or Nobel Prize for it, but I don't believe that to be true. Okay, with all due respect.
Thank you very much. I think that
for the indulgence.
Once again, the numbers speak for themselves. Ranking Member Boyle, do you want to add anything to regards to what's going to happen with the deficit and what we've seen in the past? And then I want to move on to financial services, because I think that there is some serious issues.
I don't think I need to, especially given the hour, I don't know whether to say how late it is or how early it is. But as I said before, I mean, it's a pretty long list. In fact, when I mentioned the list of organizations from left, right, and center and nonpartisan who all say that this adds considerably to our deficit and our debt, I actually didn't include the right of center Cato Institute. That's obviously another organization that has also attacked this legislation because of its adding trillions to our national debt.
And I think that comes back to, there are different ways in which you want to attack the deficit. Republicans just want to cut programs that Americans rely on. Democrats actually look at, there is a revenue source. But another thing, because Republicans are always fiscal responsibility, and then they always use this term regulations. Regulations are bad. The reality is regulations is how we keep people healthy so that we don't have contaminated food. It's how we make sure workers stay safe. And it's also how we make sure that consumers are protected. Because the reality is the biggest corporations, the biggest banks, the biggest manufacturers, they are motivated solely by profit, and that's their job. So it's government's job to make sure we come in and regulate the worst excesses. And you know what? Americans don't feel like anybody is fighting for them. They feel like they are being left behind. And the reality is what Republicans are doing to those organizations that are supposed to be fighting for the working families, for the consumers, they're getting rid of them. They are getting rid of them by starving them. And that's what they're doing to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Let's see what that says, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. They are protecting the consumers. And they've done so by bringing back $21 billion. That wasn't $21 billion that came back to the federal government. That was $21 billion that went to American consumers. And they're the ones who are speaking for the little guy. But this administration doesn't like the idea of organizations that go after fraudsters, that go after scammers, that go after, the auditors that are cheating, right? They want to get rid of that. So Maxine Waters, when they say that, by not giving enough funding and starving something like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, is that saving us any money? Or who's really getting hurt when they do that?
A lot has been said about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and I said something that I stand by, and that is the Republicans have hated it ever since it was initiated, and they have attacked it in so many ways. We've been in the courts even before this big bill. We've been in the courts at various times when they've tried to eliminate the way that they get their funding, who sits on the board, on and on and on. And they never give up. And now with this bill, what they have found ways to do is to actually cut the funding that's going to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I was reminded that the CFPB is the only federal agency to examine the big banks and non-banks for compliance with consumer financial laws. And so here you have the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau dealing with the big banks and understanding why we should be concerned about them and the lack of risk management in some of those banks. And the bigger they are, and the more we allow these mergers to go on, the more they end up harming, our consumers. And the consumers need this protection. And without it, even though it was attempted here this evening to say consumers have protection in all these other ways, that is not true. And that is why the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was initiated and founded with the Dodd-Frank reform bills that we did. You're talking about not only the big banks, but you're talking about all of the fraud that goes on in so many different ways, whether you're talking payday loans or rent to buy, all of these ways that the most vulnerable people are undermined and attacked in order to rip them off from the meager funds that often they have. And so the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is very important to all of our constituents, whether they're in urban areas or rural areas. And for the rural areas, sometimes they get treated even worse with no protection from that side of the aisle who do not consider the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau as important. And so everything that's been said here that have identified not only the $21 billion over the 14 years, but the way that people have had somewhere to turn to get these investigations and feel as if the government cares about them. It's absolutely true.
Thank you so very
You're
much. And
welcome.
then the last point is I did, as we were talking about federal employees and what they're doing to federal employees in this bill, and the fact that we happen to have sitting right next to each other the oversight concerned about federal employees and the defense, right, House Armed Services, because it is our members of the who serve in the military then go on to serve in our country in a different way. 30% of our federal employees are veterans. And the idea that we would not support the amendment that Representative Lynch has brought, that was suggested by my colleague, of let's make sure we protect veterans as well. And, one last question, Ranking Member Smith. Why do you think that so many of our military end up serving America in our federal government?
Because they believe in public service. It's part of why they joined the military in the first place. They believe in service above self. They could do a number of different jobs in a number of different places, but public service appeals to them. I think that's very obvious. It's one of the things I've always loved about working with the military, is you see the ethic that's what it's about. They are trying to serve something larger than themselves, and they want to continue doing that after their service in the military has been completed. And we've seen them do so in many, many places, quite ably.
I think this idea of public service and service, I often say that service is an act of love, whether you're serving in the military, even in this chamber. And the idea that you are going to demonize and penalize those veterans, those federal employees who've already done so much for this country is really shameful. And, I am going to just say that it is now 4:20. And I think it is important that we are on this day as asking the question and taking the time, because this is 1,100 and something page bill. Americans don't know what's in it. And I do think that it is important that we end up going into and bringing light and maybe even sunlight by the time we get through all of these panels. But with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Mr. Norman, any questions?
No questions, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Langworthy?
I just, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just take a moment and thank all the committee chairs for the countless hours and all the staff and the ranking members on both sides. This was an incredible legislative exercise. They have 11 committees produce this much work and the hundreds and hundreds of hours that have gone into the construction of our reconciliation. So I just want to show my gratitude there. I'd also like to yield a moment to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Madam Chair, I just ask unanimous consent to add an article to the record. The title of the article is Clinton Signs Welfare to Work Bill, August 22nd, 1996. And
without objection.
I would just point out to my colleagues that the same complaints about that piece of legislation came from people on the left, including from the Clinton administration, where he had people actually resign in protest. And the article ends with the statement, welfare and poverty rates both declined during the late 1990s. However, leading some observers to view the legislation's success, and certainly the welfare to work signed under Bill Clinton was a success, and we believe that this one will be as well. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Mr. Griffith.
And I yield back.
Oh,
my-
sorry, Mr. Langworthy. Thank you.
I don't have any questions of these witnesses.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further discussion or questions, our panel is dismissed. Thank you very much. And I also want to add my thanks to the staff. I appreciate Mr. Langworthy bringing that up. We can't do our jobs without our staff, and I appreciate all of them being here, too. You don't make another one. Save it for me, though. Right, just jot it down. I now welcome our second panel, Chairman Green and Representative Thompson from the Committee on Homeland Security, Chairman Jordan and Representative Raskin from the Committee on the Judiciary, Chairman Westerman and Representative Huffman from the Committee on Natural Resources, and Chairman Graves and Representative Larson from the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Your full statement will be submitted for the record. We ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Green, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee. I'm pleased to be here with you this morning. From day one of their administration, former President Biden and Vice President Harris systematically and intentionally dismantled America's border security and gutted interior immigration enforcement, sending a clear message to the world that our borders were wide open. The consequences were staggering. U.S. Customs and Border Protection recorded roughly 13 million encounters of inadmissible aliens and gotaways, not counting the unknown gotaways. That number 4 times what happened in the first Trump administration. Border Patrol agents were overwhelmed and demoralized, and they were tasked to process, release tens of thousands of illegal immigrants every month. Apprehensions of individuals on the terrorist watch list illegally crossing the southwest border spiked from 11 during the 4 years of the Trump administration to 385 between FY 21 and 24. Illicit narcotics, especially fentanyl, surged across the southwest border, contributing to a national overdose crisis. ICE agents were effectively prevented from doing their jobs, and deportations plummeted to historic lows. But the tide has turned. President Trump was decisively elected in large part because he promised to fix the self-inflicted crisis created by the prior administration. Now Border Patrol agents have returned to the front lines, empowered to enforce the law. Scores of criminal aliens are being detained and deported, and law and order is finally returning to our communities. The numbers make it clear. President Trump's approach to actually enforcing our laws works. Apprehensions at our borders have plummeted to never-before-seen levels. For example, monthly encounters at the southwest border dropped over 97% from a record high of over 301,000 in December of 23 to less than 8,400 in April of this year. The Trump administration is keeping its promises, and now we in Congress need to keep ours. Just like the president, every Republican ran on securing our border and enforcing our laws. If we fail to provide the necessary funding to the Department of Homeland Security to secure our border and restore law and order, we will show ourselves to be unworthy of the trust placed in us. Every budget recommendation that my committee advanced for inclusion in this bill is critical to maintaining the momentum that we have achieved so far. First, Title 6 of this bill provides over $46 billion to finish construction of a strategically placed border barrier system. This system includes not only just steel and concrete bollards, but a full suite of technology and infrastructure such as lights, sensors, cameras, and access roads, giving agents the tools they need to secure the border and do their job safely and effectively. 90% of Border Patrol agents agree that a strategically based border wall system is a key part of their toolkit. Who are we as politicians sitting in our air-conditioned offices to deny them this invaluable resource they say they need? Our reconciliation package also provides $5 billion to improve and modernize Customs and Border Protection checkpoints and facilities. These checkpoints are critical to the border security mission. Reconciliation funding will also be used to invest in frontline personnel by providing more than $7 billion to increase the number of Border Patrol agents, Customs and Border Protection officers, air and marine agents, support staff, and eligible retired agents and officers. Without immediate and sustained investment in workforce expansion and retention, CBP risks further erosion of both effectiveness and morale, endangering not only border security, but also the well-being of those sworn to protect it. Title VI also invests in cutting-edge technology to help agents and officers interdict illicit contraband and drugs like fentanyl. As cartel tactics evolve, Congress must provide CBP with the cutting-edge technology they need to carry out President Trump's successful border security agenda. Our bill invests over $5 billion in modernizing and enhancing our border security and surveillance technologies, drones, ground sensors, enhanced communication systems, and surveillance towers at and between ports of entry. The bill will also provide $450 million to Operation Stone Garden, a grant program designed to help border states and local communities enhance their own security. Republicans are focused on what actually matters, providing proper funding so that DHS law enforcement can carry out their border security mission, protect our country, and secure the homeland. We have a historic opportunity to make the country we love safer and more secure. Let's keep our promises and get reconciliation done. I yield.
Thank you, Chairman Green. Mr. Thompson, you're recognized.
Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the Rules Committee. I normally use this time to thank you for the opportunity to discuss this bill, but this dead of night hearing is one of the most shameful games I've ever seen played on the American public in my nearly 60 years of public service. The Homeland Security title of this scam of a bill was developed without any of the standard oversight and discussion with the Department of Homeland Security that would normally go along with funding numbers so big. The bill recklessly throws an enormous amount of taxpayer money at the border to buy the votes of Republicans who are reluctant to support the massive billionaire tax giveaways and devastating health care cuts that really motivate this piece of legislation. In other words, the Homeland Security title of the bill is like putting lipstick on a pig. But in many ways, the reality of these 9 pages of legislative text is even worse than that, because it steals money from the American taxpayer and gives it to the Trump administration to decimate DHS and attack the Constitution. President Trump and Secretary Noem are unconstitutionally dismantling DHS and making us less safe in the process. They are firing hundreds of civil servants, freezing grants, eliminating the watchdogs who protect Americans, and failing to respond to natural disasters across the country. Several of you have natural disasters ongoing in your district, and you have weekly requests for approval of other natural disasters. Under Trump and Noem, DHS is detaining and deporting American children with cancer, punishing students for engaging in protected First Amendment activity, and denying the due process to individuals, including those in the country legally. When the Trump administration spends its resources harassing, rounding up, and deporting American citizens, legal permanent residents, and international students in the name of border security, it is ignoring real threats from terrorism, domestic violent extremism, and gun violence. Just last weekend, a fertility clinic in Palm Springs, California, was bombed in a domestic terrorist attack. Domestic violent extremism represents one of the biggest threats to the homeland, and this bill doesn't spend a dime on it. It does, however, spend $46.5 billion on Trump's failed border wall, which, I may remind this committee, Trump originally said Mexico would pay for it. That amount for the failed border wall is 10 times what the bill spends on Customs and Border Protection personnel, and it nearly doubles what the Armed Services title of the bill dedicates to the technology complex, so-called Golden Dome Domestic Missile Defense Program. If the Trump administration's cruel policies alone have been as successful as Secretary Noem and Chairman Green like to claim, why are billions and billions of additional funds necessary at all? We got some insight into that question last week when Secretary Noem took a break from her costume changes and photo ops to ask the Appropriation Committee for a new $50 million private jet. See, Rolexes are not enough for our made-for-TV Secretary of Homeland Security. She needs a new Gulfstream 5, too. Never mind that the Coast Guard has much older equipment in service they use daily for life-saving missions. Those aircrafts should be replaced first. This reconciliation package allows the Homeland Security Department to create a slush fund that enables the worst excesses of this administration, like private jets for the Secretary and securing the President's multi-million-dollar golfing vacation at his branded properties. This bill may be big, but it's far from beautiful. In fact, it's beyond irresponsible. Earlier, I described Homeland Security portion of this bill as putting lipstick on a pig. I come from an agricultural district as well as a part of the country. So let me use another farming analogy to wrap up. We may be here in the dead of night, but you do not need the light of day to smell manure. The American people are not going to be fooled by any middle of the night manure slinging here. As my dear friend Congresswoman Dina Titus once said in a Homeland Security Committee markup, you can't shovel shit and call it sugar. The American people are constituents, and they won't make mistakes what is being shoveled in this room tonight because it stinks to high heaven. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Thompson. Representative Jordan.
Thank
you're
you,
recognized.
Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the committee. Thank you for a chance to speak today. 4 years and 4 months ago, yesterday, the Biden administration made three decisions that led to the situation we saw unfold over their administration. They decided on day one, intentionally, deliberately, in a premeditated fashion, they said, no longer will we have remain in Mexico policy, no longer will we build the wall, and when illegal migrant gets here, they will not be detained, they will be released. And as a result of those three decisions, 8 million individuals came into our country in the course of the Biden administration. This legislation that we put together, working closely with Chairman Green and his committee, we think will help alleviate and correct the situation that they deliberately, intentionally allowed to happen back 4 years ago. I won't read through mine. I will just say this. I think we focused on sort of three things. First of all, I'm proud of our committee's work in that the Budget Committee tasked us to spend $110 billion over the time frame. Instead, we wound up allocating resources of about $80 billion over that time frame. And we initially weren't tasked with raising any revenue, but we did in our bill with $66 billion in revenue raised. So we netted out at a much better position than what we were initially allocated to do, or instructed to do, I should say, by the Budget Committee. The resources we have in this bill, in short, will allow for 10,000 new ICE agents, 100,000 new detention beds, and the resources for the repatriation of 1 million migrants over the course of the Trump administration. And finally, I would say we adopted a principle with the revenue, which said instead of the American taxpayer footing the bill for migrants and aliens who come to our country, we think there should be fees on those individuals to help deal with the processing and the security of our border. So a simple, kind of a fundamental change in thinking, I think, that we adopted at the Judiciary Committee. Let's have the individual applying for the visa, the person who wants to come and enter the greatest country in history. We think they should pay the cost for the processing and for the security of our border, and that's why we were able to raise the revenue that we did in the legislation. And with that, I would yield back and look forward to questions.
Thank you, Representative Jordan. Representative Raskin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. McGovern, distinguished members of the committee. In the House Judiciary Committee, which is supposed to protect the civil liberties and the civil rights of the people, House Republicans want to hand Donald Trump a blank check to keep violating the Constitution, supporting criminals like the 1,600 insurrectionists and rioters he pardoned, and trampling the rights of the American people. In the first 120 days, we've seen federal courts all over the land issue an astounding 155 preliminary injunctions and temporary restraining orders against the administration's matchless onslaught of lawless executive orders and executive actions. That's more orders than have been issued against all other presidential administrations in the same period in American history put together. And I'd love to take you through all of them, but we obviously don't have the time. But, last week, the Supreme Court heard oral argument on President Trump's first executive order purporting to nullify birthright citizenship in America. That's been struck down by 4 different district court judges: an Obama judge, a Biden judge, a Reagan judge, and a Bush judge. And the Reagan judge wrote the most blistering opinion of all. He said that of his 4 decades on the bench, this was the easiest case he'd ever seen because it was such a blatantly unconstitutional executive order. It collides with the very first sentence of the 14th Amendment, which says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. So you don't have to be a lawyer to understand that. You just have to know how to read. And so all of these courts across the land, Republican judges, Democratic judges, appeals court judges, district judges, are striking down the lawlessness of Donald Trump and his emerging gangster state. They disappear people to the torture gulag of the self-proclaimed dictator of El Salvador with no due process. They sack tens of thousands of professional civil service workers, air traffic controllers, food and drug inspectors, cancer researchers, and Forest Service firefighters with no due process in outrageous violation of the civil service laws. They strip college students of their student visas for writing op-eds in the campus newspaper that the president disagrees with in direct violation of due process and the First Amendment. They lawlessly invoke extraordinary wartime powers from 1798 to deport people in peacetime without any due process, and they lose in court every single day. It's been 120 days, and they've already suffered 155 losses in court. Nothing's ever been seen like this before in American history. The administration says, well, it's just focusing on the worst of the worst. No, that's not who they're targeting. They're arresting judges. They're arresting members of Congress now. One of our colleagues is going to be arraigned later today in a completely fraudulent prosecution by the new U.S. attorney in New Jersey. They're deporting children with cancer who are U.S. citizens. They're rounding up law-abiding members of our communities, parents and wives of American spouses who pose no threat at all to public safety. They're sending masked agents with no identification to snatch students out of their neighborhoods, hauling them away in unmarked cars and sending them to detention centers in other parts of the country. And they're making serious mistakes every day, just as they admitted it was, quote, an administrative error to put Mr. Abreu Garcia on an airplane to a torture dungeon in El Salvador with no due process at all. The president is threatening media entities and shaking them down for private settlements in bogus lawsuits. He's threatening law firms and shaking them down for free pro bono hours. He's threatening colleges and universities. They've jettisoned the rule of law as we know it, and they don't seem to mind having the most judicially invalidated policies of any administration in history. So this bill is just a blank check for more chaos. It hands more than $80 billion in new money to the administration to do more of what we've already seen. And they rejected every single amendment we brought to say that they should not be deporting U.S. citizens. Our colleagues didn't speak against it, but they voted against it. We said nobody should be deported from the country without due process to follow the Supreme Court's 9-0 decision. Our colleagues didn't speak against it, but they all voted against it. And they want to give really extraordinary, unseen amounts of money to ICE. There's a line item in there, without any further explanation, for $858 million in bonuses for ICE employees. That comes to $42,000 for each ICE employee. Nobody could explain how that's going to be passed out. We had other witnesses come in and say they've never seen a bonus of more than $1,500 or $2,000. $858 million. Meantime, we discover, Madam Chair, that one DOJ employee countermanded all the work of the House of Representatives, the U.S. Senate, the President of the United States, and the Department of Justice, which set up grants to go to local police departments across the country and victim assistance organizations. The money was appropriated, it was programmed, it was awarded to local police departments across America and other organizations, and one DOJ employee sent an email saying, get rid of all of it. And they did. And our colleagues refused to restore that money. And the same amount of money they want to put into bonuses for ICE employees to get $42,000. They're literally defunding the police. DOJ is defunding the police, and our colleagues are going along with that. And so the Republican Party is now defunding the police across America. So we would urge you to accept our amendment restoring that money that was deleted by one DOJ employee who spent his entire career working for Elon Musk and at Tesla, came here without knowing anything about Congress or how government works, and he deleted all of that money going to local departments. So this bill is a monstrosity, and it just further swells a bloated the immigration bureaucracy. Nobody can even really say where the money's going, and we're not dealing with the real justice problems of America. Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. Chairman Westerman, you're recognized.
Chairman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the House Committee on Natural Resources Reconciliation title, which far exceeds our committee's instructions by kickstarting a golden age of American energy and wisely stewarding our natural resources. Madam Chair, there's been an attack on American energy that goes back to the Biden administration, where political science versus real science has ruled the day, and Washington's been playing games with our energy security, with our energy production here at home, and we're in a tough position right now because of the increased demand for energy resources. But thank goodness Republicans, President Trump has made energy dominance a priority of the Republican Party, and that's outlined in the House Committee on Natural Resources part of the reconciliation bill. And according to preliminary estimates provided by the Congressional Budget Office, our committee will generate over $20 billion in savings and new revenue for the federal government by putting the wealth of our natural resources to work and doing that cleanly, safely, responsibly, and reining in wasteful spending. But that's really only part of the story, because we've received outside scoring from the Energy Policy Research Foundation that projects that our title will generate as much as $91.5 billion of new savings and revenue. You see, the CBO only scores development of natural resources based on things like royalty rates that come into the federal government. They ignore the economic impact that you get when you develop resources. They ignore that if you drill a new well platform, it takes a tremendous amount of supply chain to build that. They ignore the fact that it's going to employ people. They ignore the fact that for 50 years, the tax revenue to the federal government has been about 17.5% of the GDP. So if you grow the economy, you're also growing the revenue coming in to the federal government. But again, we had a $1 billion instruction, and we're 20 times that. Another example, an economic study by the Energy and Industrial Advisory Partners examined the impact of holding just 2 offshore oil and natural gas lease sales in the Gulf of America per year, and semi-annual lease sales in Alaska's Cook Inlet. This is a plan that's similar to provisions included in our legislation. They project that these sales alone would increase revenue by $230 million annually, boost our GDP by $1.3 billion each year, and create nearly 16,000 jobs. That's the kind of economic growth that our country needs, and at the same time, we can become energy dominant while we're doing that. We've worked very closely with our dais, with fellow members of Congress, state and local leaders, stakeholders, and our colleagues in the Senate to create a new revenue and savings for the federal government by answering the call to unleash American energy dominance. And as we know, global demand for affordable, reliable energy is rising at an exponential rate. This presents a fiscal opportunity for the United States to generate immense wealth for our nation by being an energy provider to the world. President Trump has made it clear that America will rise to meet the occasion, and we're happy to help support those efforts with our language in the reconciliation bill. As I mentioned, demand for energy resources is increasing exponentially, and we can develop our own energy and our mineral resources right here at home. Our country has been blessed with abundant resources, but we have this not in my backyard mentality that's hurting the American economy, it's hurting the federal budget, and it's hurting, maybe more importantly, our national security. This just isn't an issue of economic growth and prosperity, but it's also critical to our national security. Our committee's legislation creates new revenue sources for the federal government. It establishes a process for project sponsors to pay a significant fee to ensure delivery of environmental reviews in under a year, and guards themselves against frivolous lawsuits. In addition to raising nearly $1 billion in new revenue for the federal government, it will restore common sense to federal permitting processes that often lag for years, costing taxpayers billions of dollars, delaying much-needed development and innovation, and doing absolutely nothing for the environment. These processes actually hurt the environment by delaying these projects and making the world depend on energy from places like the Middle East and Russia and Venezuela. Additionally, we're investing $2.5 billion in water storage and conveyance infrastructure projects across the West. We've directed the Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management to utilize long-term timber sale contracts. CBO has estimated our forestry provisions would generate more than $157 million, but that's just a fraction of the economic benefit that will happen if we start utilizing our resources, because we're going to have to build mills and infrastructure. There's going to take workers to do these jobs that are high-paying jobs in rural areas. And again, we're going to get that economic impact of growth and development from developing our resources. There's a lot more to talk about. I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions, but I urge the committee to report an appropriate rule so that our reconciliation legislation may be considered in the House. Thank you. I look forward to your questions, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Westerman. Representative Huffman, you're recognized.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, colleagues. Appreciate this opportunity to testify here at 5 a.m. on the big billionaire boondoggle bill. We know that it rips off millions of Americans by taking away vital services in order to finance billionaire tax cuts. But there's another part of this bill that we need to discuss, and that is the fact that it is the most extreme anti-environment bill in American history. Powerful groups that underwrite the GOP have decided that now is the moment to strike, to auction off millions of acres of pristine public lands to industry, to mandate a massive expansion of offshore drilling, putting communities from Alaska to Florida at risk of catastrophic oil spills, to lock up millions of acres for new coal leasing, to make it impossible to challenge or even question unlawful polluting projects, and to give wealthy developers a new golden age of grift, apparently, a pay-to-play permitting process where they can write their own environmental reviews and buy legal immunity from lawsuits, even if their projects are dangerous and violate the law. And of course, at the tail end of that late-night markup, there's a little bit of a pattern here in the Natural Resources Committee. A provision was added to sell off hundreds of thousands of acres of land in Nevada and Utah. Most Americans hate all of this. They cherish our public lands. They value clean air, clean water, and wildlife, and they reject billionaire giveaways. That's why Republicans have had to jam all of this stuff into budget reconciliation. That's why we're here in the dark of night. Republicans are doing everything they can to avoid scrutiny, to avoid even talking about what's actually in this legislation. This dark of night approach is the only way that these extreme and toxic policies can pass. But Americans are going to see this for what it is, and that is a betrayal. We all remember Donald Trump promising to deliver the cleanest air and water. And where Republicans say things like that and then jam through a bill like this, Americans rightfully feel betrayed. It's the same with Trump's promises to lower costs, grow the economy, protect Medicaid. I mean, he must have had his fingers crossed because he's crashing the economy, driving up costs for American families, and pushing House Republicans to jam through this bill that makes all of it worse. Across multiple committees, this bill doubles down on dirty fossil fuels of the past and crushes the growing clean energy economy of the future, increasing electricity costs for families and factories. The CEO of Next Era Energy Company, John Ketchum, recently said this: if you take renewables and storage off the table, as this bill does, we're going to force electricity prices to the moon. To the moon, his words. You know, when Trump promised a mission to the moon, that was supposed to be astronauts, not your electricity bill. The natural resource title of this bill, which we call the Environmental Liquidation for Billionaires Act, is a massive betrayal of anyone who values clean air and water, wildlife, outdoor recreation, pristine public lands, sacred tribal sites, or anyone who wants affordable electric bills. That's why my Democratic colleagues and I have been sounding the alarm, because this is much more than just bad policy. It's a seismic shift in who our government is even working for. This bill gives away billions in subsidies, new subsidies, to the coal industry, to corporate irrigators, and to big oil, and at the same time it rescinds billions from programs that actually serve our communities, like funding for our national parks, coastal restoration, and healthy fisheries for coastal communities. Now, when Democrats offered amendments to protect tribal sovereignty, to hold polluters accountable, to ensure fair returns for taxpayers, Republicans rejected every single one. And then they slipped in that late-night provision at midnight of our markup to sell off hundreds of thousands of acres of public lands in Nevada and Utah without maps, without notice, without any explanation. Only after the markup did we learn from media reports that this bill is a thinly veiled and corrupt water grab. The through line across these provisions is clear. Prioritize short-term profits for billionaires and corporate polluters over clean air, clean water, and a livable planet for everyone else. We've seen this playbook before. Cut taxes for the rich, gut public services and protections, hope no one notices until it's too late. But, Madam Chair, people are paying attention, even now, at 5 a.m. They see a Republican majority that won't defend this bill in the light of day and won't explain why polluters deserve a free pass while families lose health care and food assistance and get stuck with higher electric bills. And the American people are going to see Democrats continue speaking out and standing firm on the idea that public lands belong to the public, not to big oil, not to foreign mining companies, not to billionaires or corporate polluters. I urge this committee to reject and strike this title. It doesn't serve the American people. It serves the people who already take too much and want even more. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Huffman. Chairman Graves, you're recognized.
Thanks, Chairman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. So the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee produced recommendations to meet our instructions by combining critical investments in border security, our national defense, and needed modernization of air traffic control with cuts to wasteful spending and some other deficit-reducing measures. For more than 20 years, the Coast Guard, for instance, has received less than half of the capital investment necessary to successfully carry out its critical missions. To support the Coast Guard, we've provided more than $21 billion to recapitalize Coast Guard assets, including the acquisition of cutters, aircraft, icebreakers, while it also funds the construction of facilities needed to support their new assets. With more than half of the total funding going towards maritime assets, we're also aligning with the President's recent executive order to strengthen America's shipbuilding capabilities. Additionally, following the tragic aviation accidents in recent months, this committee has heard directly from stakeholders and the administration about the need to improve the safety and reliability of our nation's aviation system. The FAA faces some serious operational and financial challenges due to its aging infrastructure and workforce shortages. In response, the committee provides a $12.5 billion down payment for the air traffic control modernization efforts. This down payment allows the administration to immediately begin replacing critical communications infrastructure, radar systems, and also invest in runway safety and airport surveillance, surface surveillance projects. It also replaces air traffic control towers and TRACONs and funds our air traffic controller recruitment, retention, and training issues. Finally, we address the chronic highway trust fund shortfall in a meaningful way for the first time in more than 30 years. The Congressional Budget Office projects a $142 billion cumulative shortfall in the highway trust fund over the 5-year period following the expiration of the current authorization. So put simply, the system for funding our federal surface transportation programs is broken. And our recommendation is to implement a $250 annual fee on electric vehicles and a $100 annual fee on hybrid vehicles and deposit all of those collections in the Highway Trust Fund. For too long, EVs operated on our nation's roads without paying into the system, which is primarily funded by federal taxes on gasoline and diesel. Plain and simple, this is a fairness issue. And it's time these roadway users directly pay into the system that supports the very highways that they drive on. We all want to invest in the Coast Guard. We all want to rebuild our air traffic control system and finally address the broken highway trust fund. And I believe our recommendations deliver on those objectives. And thank you for the opportunity to testify, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. Representative Larson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair Fox and Ranking Member McGovern and members of the committee. Chair Graves and I appear today with conflicting views on the T&I committee title, a departure from our regular work on the committee and our preference of working together. And Democrats stand ready to advance bipartisan solutions to support the Coast Guard, to improve our air traffic control system, and to shore up investments in surface transportation. But Republican leadership has not gathered us here in the middle of the night to invest in job-creating infrastructure. This morning is about jamming through a fiscally reckless package that provides a gut punch to working families. This bill makes the largest cuts to health care access and food assistance in American history, ripping away health care from 13 million Americans and taking food assistance away from millions of families, not to reduce the deficit, but to hand out tax breaks to billionaires. Democrats support job-creating infrastructure investments. We use the gavel to enact historic levels of funding for all means of travel, to promote clean energy, to support supply chain improvements, to modernize water infrastructure, and to build and connect stronger, healthier communities. Democrats want to keep these investments going. And I'm deeply concerned that the Republican budget will cut our committee off at the knees as we're trying to address bipartisan priorities for the rest of this Congress. Next September, the T&I committee has to reckon with $200 billion in investments that will end, including $66 billion to improve and expand rail service and improve rail safety, $47 billion to fix or replace aging and deficient bridges, $25 billion to upgrade airports and control towers, $21 billion to give more people access to safe, affordable transit, $13 billion for clean water in more communities, and $2 billion to boost the supply chain through safer and more efficient ports. The budget resolution that underlines the reconciliation bill does not continue these investments beyond fiscal year 2026. In addition, the Highway Trust Fund faces a shortfall of over $140 billion over the next 5 years that Congress will have to address. Communities in every state and county rely on these investments that the T&I committee provides through the bill. Unfortunately, this budget resolution provides little comfort that job-creating infrastructure investments will later materialize for transportation, for water infrastructure, or disaster preparedness and response. The investments that T&I committee provided keep people safe in the skies, on the roads and bridges, and when traveling by bus, boat, or train. We can't afford to skimp on or to delay safety. The funding for air traffic control that the committee provided in this reconciliation bill is only a down payment on a much more expensive and urgent problem that we have to address. And it's been well documented by the committee and by multiple aviation safety experts that our current ATC infrastructure is becoming unsustainable. In the wake of one of the deadliest aviation accidents in the last 20 years, and with a rise in near misses at airports across the country, increased investment in our air traffic control system is needed. And similarly, the Coast Guard badly needs fleet modernization and funding for new icebreakers, shoreside infrastructure, and aircraft. And the funding for this, for the Coast Guard in this bill is a welcome and a bipartisan priority. But we also have to meet the needs of the members of the service. Where is the funding for COSTI's health care, including mental health, for Coast Guard housing, for child care? Coast Guard cutters and aircraft do not operate by themselves, and we can't forget the needs of the women and men who serve in our Coast Guard. The T&I portions also contain substantial funding cuts to Inflation Reduction Act investments, cuts that are unnecessary to comply with Senate reconciliation instructions. Targeting these locally selected projects for rescission is a direct attack on communities we represent. In particular, the rescission of neighborhood access grants claws back 80 grants that have already been awarded to many of our districts, including to 41 Republican-held districts. Chair Fox, Representative Norman, Representative Scott, Representative Scanlon, grants in each of your districts are up for rescission. Constituents in many of our districts have spent time and resources applying for these grants, and they're relying on the announced funds in their budgets. This unnecessary clawback after communities have secured grants makes no sense. Finally, I want to commend Chair Graves for firing the opening salvo and addressing the revenue gap in the Highway Trust Fund. The legislation establishes fees on EVs at $250 per year and hybrids at $100 per year. Fees fees that are frankly out of proportion with what the average gas-powered vehicle pays, about $90 a year. But these new fees represent a marked change in how we tax highway users and deserve a full vetting by members on both sides of the aisle and both sides of the Capitol by governors, mayors, and other stakeholders. And to date, the reconciliation process hasn't offered that needed debate. The surface transportation reauthorization that's due next year is important, and finding the funding to pass that bill is a major priority. The lack of parity among types of vehicles and the proposed fees and the lack of consensus among members means we have a little more work to do. But I look forward to a future bill when members of the Rules Committee get to see us work together in this Congress. But this big, ugly bill is not it. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Thanks to all of you for being here this morning. Chairman Green, Democrats spent all of last Congress telling us that we needed a comprehensive immigration package to fix the border. But it simply wasn't the case. After only 5 months in office, President Trump has ended the worst border crisis in history by simply enforcing our current laws and empowering our law enforcement officials to execute their duties. To ensure his successes aren't short-lived, shouldn't we continue to provide sustained resources to invest in our border security infrastructure and personnel? And that's what the legislation from your committee delivered, correct? Hard resources.
Yes, Chairwoman, this is pretty much hard resources in addition to, the personnel stuff. We're increasing the number of Border Patrol agents and things like that. So there's some human resources pieces of this, but the vast majority of it is hardware.
So would you agree that the Democrats have a credibility problem when assessing the problems at our border? After all, we didn't need a single change in authorizing statutes to make this sampling. We simply needed a president who was willing to enforce the laws on the books.
Yes, ma'am. The excuses that were shared were many, from increased poverty and other parts of the world that were driving people to the United States. Those things didn't change at inauguration. What changed was a president willing to enforce the law.
Thank you very much. Mr. McGovern.
I don't even know where to begin. It's 5:11 in the morning, and for those who are just tuning in, the Rules Committee began meeting on this reconciliation bill at 1 a.m. And you may ask, why do the Republicans want us to meet at 1 a.m. and not 1 p.m.? It's because they don't want anybody to know what the hell's going on here. And let me repeat, as I did in my opening statement, so people understand the impact of this bill on the American citizens. This bill will throw 14 million people off of health care. 14 million people. It will throw millions and millions and millions of people off of food assistance. And those savings, I guess, will be used to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. Who does this? Who does this? On what planet does this make sense, that you rob from the people with the least and give to the people with the most? That is the heart and soul of this legislation. And as we're learning from the current panel, this bill also is not kind to the environment. It is not kind to civil liberties. And there are all other kind of negative things that are associated with this bill that I think most Americans, quite frankly, don't agree with. Yeah, Americans want to get our immigration system under control. Yes, they want to make sure that, there's law and order and things are safe for everybody in this country. But they care deeply about the Constitution. They care deeply about due process. They care deeply about the environment. As I'm listening to the first panel and now the second panel, and I say this, with all due respect to my Republican colleagues, but we just don't share the same values. I think it comes down to that. And let me ask Ranking Member Huffman a question. The part of this Republican tax scam that falls under the Natural Resources Committee appears to auction off America's public lands to corporations and oil companies to pay for even more tax breaks for the wealthy and the well-connected. And even though more than 70% of the American people oppose selling off our nation's public lands to the highest bidder, so my question is, how does this title sell off and sell out public lands?
Yeah, thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. So, several ways. First of all, several 100,000 acres in Nevada and Utah are sold outright under a dark of night amendment that Mr. Amadei and Ms. Malloy added at the tail end of our markup. So after weeks of being assured by Republicans that they would not sell off public lands, they turned around and are now selling off public lands, much to the dismay of some of their own colleagues, including Mr. Zinke in Montana. But then the even bigger giveaway is in the form of auctioning off vast areas, millions and millions of acres of public lands, including pristine areas, the Arctic Wildlife Refuge, and mandatory offshore leases covering millions and millions of acres in the ocean. They're doing all of that while lowering royalties for big oil and for big coal. They are offering up an area the size of Connecticut that they propose for new coal mining, and also opening up areas very sensitive in the boundary waters watershed, the most visited wilderness area in the United States, for a particularly toxic form of new mining.
So the House Natural Resources Committee was instructed to raise money to help offset the tax scam, but the committee's provisions also spend significantly. Can you tell us a little bit more about the big oil giveaways in this bill?
Absolutely. Well, in addition to giving big oil all these vast areas, far more than they could ever need or want in places like the Cook Inlet in Alaska, massive mandatory offshore leases in the Gulf of Mexico, even though 80% of existing leases are sitting there idle and are not even being developed. It's just more being offered up to big oil while lowering royalties and giving the Secretary the authority to go to non-competitive leasing if the market doesn't yield enough interest, which it won't in many of these cases, and then additional discretion where the Secretary can lower royalties even further, practically giving away these public resources.
And so one provision of this bill will allow companies with polluting projects to buy their way out of judicial review of their environmental review documents. So what could this mean for communities impacted by these projects?
It means they have no voice whatsoever in projects that could have terrible impacts on their public health and their environment. All a developer has to do is pay 125% of the estimated cost of the NEPA review, and they are guaranteed a fast turnaround on their approval and then completely insulated from all judicial review. None whatsoever.
So, I mean, I think this is an example, like, I think an overwhelming majority of Democrats and independents, and I even think probably a majority of Republicans in this country would probably not think that what we just talked about was a good idea, which kind of explains why you want to have this meeting at 1 o'clock in the morning, so that people are not paying attention to those kinds of details. Let me talk about Homeland Security. You know, as President Trump and Secretary Noem obliterate due process by locking up immigrants without providing a reason, depriving detainees of legal counsel, and deporting U.S. citizens, Republicans are pumping money into DHS with blatant disregard for the administration's desecration of our most sacred democratic values. This bill does nothing to lower costs for American families. In fact, it does the opposite. Republicans take this disastrous plan further by paying to deport kids with cancer through health care cuts to other kids with cancer. So Homeland Security was one of the few committees given instructions to increase spending. And the committee ran with this, creating $69 billion in new spending. All this, including $300 million to pay for security while the president plays golf, and yet there is no money for FEMA to implement natural disaster prevention, mitigation, or relief. I mean, I don't know who thought that was a good idea. Since January, the Trump administration has held FEMA grants hostage, over $1 billion blocked from supporting wildfire prevention, flood mitigation, and disaster preparedness. I mean, as discussed in the markup, natural disasters do not see red states or blue states. They don't choose their impact based on politics, and they often hit more than one state. Blocking funds to FEMA hurts all of the 95% of communities with recent disaster declarations. This should not be a partisan issue. Ranking Member Thompson, can you tell us more about the detriment to FEMA that this is?
Well, as most of you know, FEMA has been recommended to be basically abolished and given to the states and localities. Well, if that was the case in the chairwoman's district, without FEMA's help, North Carolina would be in serious jeopardy. Mississippi, Arkansas, New Mexico, Missouri, other states right now have disaster declaration requests pending before the president. Some of them are almost 2 months. I've never seen it take so long for disaster declarations to be approved. Well, we had the secretary before us, and her testimony is that we need to get rid of it. I asked her, okay, what's the plan? Well, we're working on it. Well, you want to get rid of it? Surely you pull some people together and talked about it. Well, we've set up a council. How many times have they met? We haven't met. So clearly, we are being told certain things, but in action, it's not there. In support of what I'm saying, we offered certain amendments, over 30 amendments during our section of the bill. Not a single Republican voted in support of the bill, didn't speak. It was just absolutely against. And let me just tell you some of the things. We said no funds would be used to deport American citizens. My Republican colleagues voted against that.
But they think it was a radical idea?
And we said sending American citizens to foreign prisons. They voted against it. Deporting lawful present immigrants without any due process. Voted against that. The one that bothers us most is ignoring Supreme Court rulings. And so we were trying to basically establish with our amendments some basis that most Americans already agreed to in law. And so we couldn't get a support for due process, for hearings. So,
you know, it's chilling. It's chilling that that's the direction that this Congress is moving in. I mean, I think Trump is basically telling people what he wants, and we have too many members of Congress that are going along to get along. And quite frankly, it is chilling. And I think not just, I'm saying that not just as a Democrat, but I think most Americans who respect the rule of law, who respect the Constitution, understand that this is not the direction they want us to go. Let me ask you, Ranking Member Thompson. Republicans are spending $46.5 billion more for Trump's border wall. $46.5 billion. The bill also spends $4.1 billion for CBP personnel and $2 billion for hiring and retention bonuses. So if I'm doing the math, the Republican reconciliation bill spends 10 times the amount on Trump's stupid border wall as it does on CBP personnel. Not only that, the bill gives local police in Trump's hometowns $300 million to provide support so he can spend even more time golfing. So we never stop hearing from you about this being the most secure border ever. So now you need billions for this stupid wall? I mean, give me a break. What better purposes could be served by this money instead of a giant wall and time for the president to golf?
well, clearly, DHS funds should not be spent for recreational activities, especially activities spent at properties you control or own. And so, again, this is part of creating the ability to make money at government expense. And the reason I say that is our Secret Service and other personnel would end up having to stay on the property while you're playing golf. We understand that, but you know, we have a lot of golf courses, if you want to play here, and people can go home. So it's not good. More importantly, so much of the other thing we are addressing is we're not providing training for our law enforcement personnel. When you pause a grant, that means you've stopped the money. And so the language is confusing to a lot of cities and counties in this country because they said we were approved and then we were told we were paused. We were trying to buy a fire truck. Now we can't buy the fire truck. We need it. We need to train our personnel. And so all those efforts have pulled us back and make us less safe as a country. And I go back to the FEMA. You know, natural disasters don't pick party.
Right.
And so I encourage the committee to look at this notion that we take care of Americans in that time of distress and danger. Normally, when FEMA comes, it's because state and local resources have been overrun.
Yeah.
And for us to move in a direction with no plan at this moment is not in the best interest of any American citizen.
Look, I think all of us have had natural disasters in our districts at some point. And I will tell you, I have had in my district, and FEMA has been extraordinary. And I don't know what we would have done without them. Mr. Raskin, I didn't know if you wanted to add anything.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. But I wasn't aware of this provision. Would you just tell me that number again? Did you say there were $30 million for $300 million
Yeah, $300 million.
Security for golf trips? For
Basically to help.
you know, I would just say from a judiciary perspective, you know, we've been talking a lot about the Foreign Government Emoluments Clause because of the very risky and dangerous idea of accepting a $400 million jumbo jet airplane from the dictator of Qatar, which is categorically forbidden by the Constitution without congressional consent. But we also have a domestic emoluments clause, which says that the president is limited to his salary in office and cannot draw other money from the federal government, other agencies and departments. And I mean, it sounds to me like what you're raising really it implicates the domestic emoluments clause. We're spending hundreds of millions of dollars following the president around for him to play golf. And I like the chairman's point here, which is that there's a golf course not far from the White House at Haynes Point.
We're throwing people off their health care. We're taking away people's nutrition assistance. I mean, we are hurting people in this country, and yet it's $300 million to provide support to make it easier for him to golf in his hometowns. And the final thing I'm going to say, Madam Chair, you brought it up. You know what? Please don't diss the notion of the importance of a comprehensive immigration reform bill. The Senate, in a bipartisan way, came together and actually constructed one because we do need to help make it easier for people to have a legal pathway to become citizens. We need to regularize the status of many people who have been here for many, many years, including the Dreamers. We need to make their status permanent. They came together in a bipartisan way. Unfortunately, you know, Donald Trump, in the heat of the campaign, told Republicans in the House to walk away from it, and unfortunately, you all did. And I hope we, at some point, get back to it, because quite frankly, we need that. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. I said in my opening statement that we were prepared for hearing a lot of things today and tonight, or whenever we finish up. And one of our colleagues called them misleading statements. They really are. And I want to point out the comment Mr. McGovern just made, that we don't share the same values. That is an understatement.
Then we agree.
We agree.
Good, okay.
Yeah.
No debate, good.
We know that national security is the number one issue for the federal government. And that's what members of this panel are talking about. And you talked about taking care of Americans in time of disaster. And we don't think that a border wall is stupid. A border wall is necessary to take care of Americans.
I do, but I
terms
also
of
point out that
disaster.
Homeland Security is hometown security.
Yes.
And unfortunately, I think you guys have lost sight of that, so.
Mr. Langworthy, you're recognized.
I have no questions for the panel at this time. I just also want to reiterate to this panel, thank you to all the chairs and the ranking members and for the staff of the committees for all of the hard work that they've put in and the hundreds of hours going into this reconciliation process. This is quite an exercise, and I really want to salute you all for the work. I yield back.
Mr. Langworthy, Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all our ranking members and chairs for getting up so at an ungodly hour of the morning to join us, and thank you again to our C-SPAN folks who are up way too early. The question I've been asked most since about 36 hours ago when this hearing was noticed for 1 a.m. Is why on earth would anyone try to hold a congressional hearing at 1 o'clock in the morning? And of course, the obvious answer is because the bill is so horrible, they want to hide it from the public. So just, to do a little bit of, no spoiler alerts or anything, but to catch up from the last episode, the last hearing, we had a little bit of breaking news, a couple CBO letters that came out after 5 o'clock yesterday. One demonstrated quite convincingly that this bill will cause the household incomes of the lowest 10% of the poorest 10% of Americans to decrease, and it will cause the household incomes of the richest 10% of Americans to increase. So it is a wealth transfer. I know our Republican colleagues say that they don't like to transfer wealth between different groups, but apparently if it goes from the poor to the rich, it's okay. The second piece of breaking news is that this bill will violate the pay-go provisions and induce sequestration, which will then lead to a $500 billion reduction in Medicare. Now, we've been raising the alarm for months that this bill was going to impact Medicaid, but it's also going to impact Medicare. So I think that's something people have to put in their pipes and smoke. I want to thank all of our many colleagues for being here to do what is the purpose of hearings, to try to make a bill better, to try to expose what is in it. Certainly there are more of our Democratic colleagues here waiting their turn to testify in amendments than there are of the Republican members of this committee who, I guess, are taking their naps off camera for a change. I want to focus some of the most egregious parts of the Judiciary section of this bill. Unlike most of the directions or the reconciliation directions for most of the committees, Judiciary decided to add tens of billions of dollars to support this administration's lawless and ultimately counterproductive immigration agenda. So under this White House, we've seen mistaken and illegal deportations. We've seen wrongful arrests, including by masked men in unmarked cars. We've seen outrageous attacks on due process and First Amendment rights. And this agenda has made the United States government complicit in the false imprisonment of people in an El Salvador jail that is notorious for human rights violations. Our government is now complicit in this. And it's shameful that the U.S. government is refusing to lift a finger to return these people home to their families, even when the government has admitted that they were sent there by mistake and in violation of a U.S. court order. This White House's lawless immigration agenda has seen people ripped off the streets and detained not for a crime, but for exercising their First Amendment rights. This isn't immigration enforcement. It's calculated cruelty. This isn't keeping our communities safe. It's an un-American attack on the truth, on the First Amendment, on fundamental human rights. It's a campaign of fear and lawlessness being carried out on the American taxpayer's dime, and no one should kid themselves. If you don't support an immigrant's right to due process, then you don't support anyone's right to due process. Because without due process, who's to say if the next person in shackles being loaded on a plane to El Salvador or South Sudan is a citizen or not, to say if they're a gang member or not, to say if they're an actual threat to national security or just a political threat to this White House. So, in addition, we've got buried in this bill a provision that would prevent U.S. courts from being able to enforce their rulings when government officials violate court orders. This bill would prevent the courts from using their most powerful tool to uphold the law, the power to hold government officials in contempt. So, of course, it's being written so that it would apply to pending cases impeding a court's ability to enforce orders against, you guessed it, the Trump administration. And this is important because, as Ranking Member Raskin mentioned, this White House has been sued more than any other administration hundreds of times in just its first few months because it's violated so many laws in such a short time. So basically, our MAGA friends want to create a financial hurdle too steep for most plaintiffs to overcome by putting an enormous price tag on Americans' right to access justice in our courts in order to challenge these White House power grabs. Federal courts rarely require bond in cases alleging unconstitutional actions by the government, and the decision to impose a security bond is properly within a judge's discretion, depending on the circumstances. This bill would change that. It would kneecap any avenue for the courts or the American people to hold an administration, any administration, accountable for unlawful or unconstitutional actions. Have our colleagues forgotten that we do not elect kings, we elect presidents, and for a limited time period? Have they forgotten that a president, his administration, his allies, including Elon Musk and his Doge brothers, don't have the right to do whatever they want just because congressional Republicans don't have the backbone to stand up and stop them? These efforts to undermine our constitutional order would destroy the very rights and liberties that have made America strong and a beacon to the rest of the world. So this bill doesn't serve my constituents. Mr. Raskin, one of the things that my constituents have been most concerned about, they're horrified that the White House and Department of Justice canceled over $800 million in community grant funding, which we tried to restore, but our Republican colleagues voted no. We saw funding for community violence prevention, crime fighting, support for law enforcement, gun violence prevention. Using that funding, evidence-based programs have reduced gun violence in communities like mine, Philadelphia, by over 50% in the last couple years. So can my constituents think that this is a danger to public safety? Can you comment on this?
Well, it's extraordinary that they're wanting to spend tens of billions of dollars on the border wall while they're cutting hundreds of millions of dollars from grants going to local police departments, victim assistance organizations, anti-rape and sexual assault groups that are actually on the ground in all of our communities. Now, this is something where I really thought we could have a bipartisan consensus because nobody knew about it. We all voted to appropriate that money in the House of Representatives. The Senate voted to appropriate that money. It went through the entire legislative process. It was signed into law by the President of the United States. The money goes to the Department of Justice. They program it in their Office of Justice Programs, and then the various police departments around the country and local groups apply for the money. And there were 365 grants that were actually awarded. They were planning on it. A lot of them started to spend money that hadn't even come in yet from other sources. And this one Doge employee, we've got the guy's name, we found out who it was, sent an email, and he just went down a list of them and said, get rid of all of these grants. So I said to our colleagues, you didn't know about this, we didn't know about this. It doesn't have to be a partisan thing, but that's not how our system works. We don't have a fourth branch of government called Doge or Elon Musk. And yet, when we introduced an amendment to restore all that money, alas, our colleagues didn't have anything to say in defense of what Doge had done, but they all voted against restoring the money. And so we've got the same amendment before the Rules Committee. I beseech our distinguished chairwoman, Ms. Fox, Mr. McGovern, please look at this. We're hearing about it all over the country. I think it's more than 38 or 39 states that are involved in this. These are groups and these are police departments that were depending on it, and we're literally defunding local police departments and local crime-fighting programs.
One of the pieces that seems most egregious is they have defunded programs to address fentanyl abuse. They've defunded programs that address all of the opioid abuse issues.
Yes, indeed. There's a lot of opioid efforts that have been undercut or eliminated because of this. But I'll tell you one interesting story, which tells me that this isn't over yet, okay? Because when we started to raise this in the Judiciary Committee, there had been no changes. Well, we began to talk about one specific program called the Officer Robert Wilson Preventing Violence Against Law Enforcement Officers and Ensuring Officer Resilience and Survivability Initiative. It's called the VALOR Initiative, and it's for mental and physical health engagement with police officers. We began to talk about that, we advertised it, we showcased it, and mysteriously and quietly, the program was restored by the Department of Justice. But nobody explained why. Everybody's refused to talk to us about it. And this is so much the pattern of what we've seen with DOGE, where they come in with Elon Musk's chainsaw, they have a personnel massacre, they get rid of everybody, and yet if you know somebody, and you know, as a Democrat, I don't know a lot of people in the Elon Musk world, but I know Republicans who've been able to get a phone number for this person or that person and get somebody restored. Well, if it's waste, fraud, or abuse, they shouldn't be restored, but it's not waste, fraud, and abuse, but none of us should be subject to this kind of treatment. And that's why I talk about the fourth branch of government. This is not contemplated in our system of government. Now, I don't know whether or not Elon Musk has been run out of town or he's just no longer popular. We don't hear a lot from him, but there are still tons of people suffering the repercussions of what he and DOGE did. And so, again, I would just beg the Rules Committee to look at this because we've heard from people all over the country about that. And unfortunately, the logic of what they did has carried over into the president's budget proposal. They want to cut $1 billion out of Department of Justice programs in the next budget. $500 million from the FBI, the ATF. There's this cybersecurity and infrastructure security center. President Trump got mad at a guy who worked for him named Chris Krebs, who was the director of it, because he contradicted Trump over the 2020 election. He said it was the most secure election in American history. As a conservative guy, he told the truth about what happened. President Trump has issued an executive order against him now to deny him security clearance and all this stuff. Meantime, they cut hundreds of millions of dollars from our cybersecurity and infrastructure security efforts against Russia and against other enemies of the United States. So please, we got to bear down on the details here. All of the money is being sucked up for immigration, the border wall, and away from local police. They are defunding the police in America.
Well, and what you've described here, that in the course of a hearing, it was raised that this elimination had occurred of a program that people actually supported. So the hearing process, the legislative process actually works, and that's what we should be doing now instead of trying to ram this crazy bill through in the middle of the night, because we aren't able to get to all of these issues where the Doge brothers came in, and it appears that the way they decided what should be cut was they just hit Control-F-Delete and just wiped out huge sections of the federal government.
Honestly, for the life of me, I don't understand. What would the problem be with saying DOGE made a mistake here, and let's restore that money to our communities across America?
Well, DOGE was the mistake, but I just had one more question for you. During our judiciary markup, isn't it true that Republicans voted to allow immigration agents to use taxpayer dollars to arrest, detain, and deport U.S. citizens?
Yes. We had a whole series of amendments, again, that we thought would create a bipartisan convergence on the committee. We basically were looking at things that the administration had done unlawfully, where the courts had struck them down repeatedly and categorically and clearly, judges on all sides of the political spectrum. And we said, let's put it in the legislation that the government cannot deport U.S. citizens and detain them under ICE, under immigration authorities. Let's say that nobody should be deported from the country without a due process hearing. which is what the Supreme Court has said. We said, let's not do immigration raids in churches. Let's not do immigration raids in schools. We had a whole series of those, and our colleagues unfortunately rejected all of them, just voting on a party line basis. And as I was saying, the frustrating and sometimes amusing part of it was they did not engage in any speech with us. It was like, a mega mime troupe, because they wouldn't say anything to us about why they were voting no. They were just voting no.
We've seen similar things here. Well, thank you for your clarity on the underpinnings of our Constitution and why defending those fundamental freedoms is part of what actually makes America great. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Scott, do you have any questions or comments?
Madam Chair, I don't have any questions for this panel. I'm just glad President Trump is using his authorities to secure the border. I was there this past weekend, and I was shocked to hear that our people that work at the Border Patrol were ordered to parole people into the country, even if they had visible gang tattoos, and it was obvious they were a threat to the citizens of our country under the Biden administration. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Welcome to our chairs and ranking members, and appreciate your testimony this morning. I want to start with maybe a fairly simple question. Just by way of context, as you all know, we started this hearing at 1 a.m., and I have been on a journey, I guess, or a quest for a very simple answer to what I think is a fairly simple question. But it's been proven elusive thus far, and the chair was unwilling to engage with me in a colloquy earlier on it. And really, the question is, why was this hearing noticed for 1 a.m.? Why have we spent the past 5 hours debating this bill in the dead of night? Of course, I have a theory, and it's that this bill is indefensible and that House Republicans know that full well and decided that it would be in their interest to hold this hearing in the dead of night rather than in the daylight. But I wonder if my Republican colleagues, the chairman, have any thoughts on that front. Chairman Green, any observations you might offer as to, do you think it was prudent for this committee to convene in the middle of the night?
I don't have any opinion on when the committee is called. I'm an ER physician. I work day and night. I'm an ex-Army Ranger. I work day and night. It was 3 o'clock in the morning when we flew into Baghdad. Time doesn't matter to me.
Okay. How about this? How long have you been chairman of the Homeland Security Committee?
I'm in my second term.
Second term, so how many years? Is that 3 years?
That would be 2+ this year, which I guess is
2+. Couple years?
a year, 2 years and 5 months.
You've held a lot of hearings.
We
right?
have, yeah.
Have you noticed any of them at 1 a.m.?
We've had some markups go past.
Not if they went past. Have you noticed any hearings at 1 a.m.?
I have not, no.
What time was the markup for your committee on this bill?
On this bill, I think 10 a.m.
10 a.m.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Chairman Jordan's markup was around 10 a.m. too, because I'm on his committee. The same goes for Chairman Westerman. The question I have is why the Rules Committee decided to deviate from the protocols that the chairs have apparently established, those who are testifying in front of our committee. Why this committee, the Speaker's Committee, decided to gavel in the middle of the night to take up this bill. It's an interesting question, and I've yet to get a good answer, but maybe the third panel will perhaps provide some clarity. Chairman Jordan?
I was going to say, when you got a great product, you want to get after it and get it passed.
Oh, is that right?
This thing cuts taxes, secures the border. Let me
talk to you a bit about the product, Chairman Jordan. So I want to talk to you in particular about the contempt provision. So this is section 70302, a restriction on enforcement. You're familiar with this provision, right? Is that, you know the provision I'm talking about?
I'm waiting for you to explain it.
Okay, well, you're testifying. I was going to ask you to explain it. So my understanding of the provision, you can tell me if I'm wrong or incorrect, is that this provision would bar any federal court from enforcing a contempt citation in a case in which an injunction or a temporary restraining order has been issued if security, that is to say money, has not been provided or ordered by the federal court in that particular case. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
I think that's existing law. I think that's,
It's not existing
I think
law.
that's what, I think that's,
I'll clarify. As you know,
this is,
under the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, it is discretionary as it relates to cases against the government, right? That's the whole reason for this provision. Otherwise, you wouldn't include this provision in the bill. This is meant, I'm asking a question. I don't know if, is that,
well,
is that right, or am I?
I didn't hear the question. Say the question again.
What was
I didn't
that?
catch, I didn't hear the question in there.
The question is whether or not this provision is as I stated it to be, that essentially it would preclude any federal court from enforcing a contempt citation in a case in which an injunction or a temporary restraining order has been issued if a security has not been provided.
That
by
last
the plaintiff
clause is
in
the
that
key,
case.
if that security has not been put up, right?
Correct. And you're aware that the way in which you've written this provision, it would apply to any plaintiff in the United States vis-a-vis a case against any entity within the federal government.
I can look at the drafting, but my understanding is it applies to the cases we're talking about with immigration cases.
Yeah, no, you're incorrect. So yes, those
What you're
cases,
saying are incorrect. I'm just saying
have been-
how I believe it was written.
Okay,
You
well,
think it's written
let
different.
me explain to you what this provision
Well,
actually
I
does.
can't wait for your wisdom. Go right ahead.
Chairman Jordan, this provision would bar any plaintiff in the country from being able to obtain a contempt citation from a federal court in a case in which an injunction or a temporary restraining order has been issued if security has not been provided. It is not limited to the cases that you've identified. So let me give you an example. Let's say there's a citizen in Ohio, a constituent of yours, who believes that their private data has been improperly released, right, by the IRS, and they file a lawsuit against the IRS. If this becomes law, your provision, that individual would have to provide security, whatever security the court would deem reasonable. That is not something that has existed up until now. Do you understand that?
Got it.
Okay. So I'm trying to understand why you think that's in the best interests
Well,
of the people
our
that you
understanding,
represent in Ohio.
Judges were waiving this. Our understanding is this would prevent enforcement of a contempt order if security was not provided, if the security was not provided in accordance with the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 6S. That's what we put in the legislation.
Yeah, this provision, so you're saying that essentially the way that you read this language is that it's not compelling the federal court to require security of a plaintiff.
That's a situation now the judge can waive it. We're saying it should compel the court to have the security there.
Correct. Yeah, we're saying the same thing.
Okay.
Let's go back to my core example, all right? We'll walk through it together here. A constituent in Ohio who believes that their information was improperly released by the IRS. I remember you've served on the Judiciary Committee for many years. Hold on.
We're talking about in the context of immigration cases.
This is all cases. This is not immigration cases. The plain language of this statute that you have written applies to every conceivable case brought in a federal court, period. IRS cases, patent cases, immigration cases. If you have a constituent that sues the ATF, this provision applies to them. This is the point. And you can visit with your lawyers and maybe they can provide you with the clarity, but it is unquestionably the case that this provision applies to every plaintiff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I
correct?
thought.
I think we're on the same page now.
The judge can set the security at whatever level he wants. What's typically happened in these cases is he just waiving it. No one's putting it up, and they're getting this injunction that applies nationwide,
Correct.
which is the
So,
concern.
I hear you.
Are you okay with the nationwide injunction
I hear
issued by
you.
one single federal judge?
We'll get to that part, Mr. Jordan.
Okay.
Let's complete the analysis on this piece, because to your point, as you said, this particular provision doesn't require a specific amount of security. It's essentially saying to the federal court, it has to require some security. And my point is that this is a deep deviation from existing federal law. This has never been the case. We've never said to constituent, hold on, Mr. Jordan, I'll finish this, then I'll give you the chance to respond. We've never said to American citizens and constituents that in order to vindicate their rights in federal court, they're going to be required to provide a security when their constitutional rights have been violated by their government. And I find it astounding. I'm not sure that many of your colleagues understand the full import of this. They will by the time this gets to the floor. I imagine there will be a lot of limited government advocates who will find deep reasons to be concerned about this type of provision, because as you could imagine, it will preclude folks from being able to vindicate their constitutional rights. Now, I would also say the way that you have written it, as you've noted, it's retroactive, right? So this applies to any...
Well, I just want to say the situation we're trying to address is what's been happening around the country.
You didn't write it that way.
As you know, a single federal judge gets cases brought to the judge, they waive the security and then issue a decision that applies nationwide to all immigrants who are in that situation.
Why didn't you put nationwide in this language?
Well, we can look at the language. I mean,
it's 6 a.m. You're voting on this thing in like 10 hours. What are we talking about? We've had weeks. You could have put nationwide in here. That's not what it says. This applies to every one of America's 330 million citizens.
Again, the judge has discretion on what that amount can be.
Sure. So a judge could say, you know what?
And judges are right now waiving it, and that was the concern we had.
Sure. And I think a judge...
And you don't think that's a problem? Even Supreme Court Justice Kagan has said there's a problem with these nationwide injunctions being issued from one single federal judge. That's what we're trying to get at.
Okay. The Supreme Court's considering that question right now. I will just conclude here.
All I'm saying is,
let me conclude my statement, and then I'll give you
even more liberal justices have said this is a problem.
I understand.
We've actually passed standalone legislation.
Mr. Neguse,
He's had every
please
opportunity.
let Mr. Jordan speak, and then he will let
I
you
will-
speak.
I'll finish my question, and then he can answer.
Okay, but you're not asking a question.
Okay, sure.
You're asserting a statement.
Madam Chair, Mr. Neguse controls the time.
Yes, sir.
And so...
But I'm trying to ask him to ask a question and then let Mr. Jordan answer.
I will conclude my statement and then ask a question of Mr. Jordan, since he, I don't think, wants to engage in this constructive dialogue to try to actually address the purported problem that he is trying to solve. So I will simply finish the hypothetical that I offered. Any constituent in Ohio who believes that their private data has been disclosed improperly by the IRS, any citizen of Ohio or Colorado for that matter who believes that their constitutional rights have been violated in some way, if this becomes law, they would be required to pay the court money in an amount that the court deems necessary to cover the costs of the potential damage in order to proceed in federal court. That has never been the law of the land in our country, and I cannot believe that Freedom Caucus, so-called Freedom Caucus members, would support that kind of principle. Secondly, the way that this is written, as you noted, Chairman Jordan, yes, this would apply to the 93, 94 different injunctions that have been issued against the Trump administration. It would also apply to any existing injunction that is in effect today. I don't know what that number is. 1,000, 10,000 desegregation injunctions that are still operating today in different federal courts in the country. A variety of different litigation that's pending in different courts across the country that would be implicated by this provision. So I don't think that ultimately it's going to survive the bird bath in the Senate, because it's clearly changing policy. I also think it's patently unconstitutional. There's no world in which the Supreme Court would ever deem this, and we could go through the Supreme Court precedent that establishes that. But I just also would encourage you to take perhaps legal counsel on the Judiciary Committee can take a deeper look at this paragraph, because as it's written now, it is deeply problematic for civil liberties in our country. Ranking Member Raskin, I can see, has been jumping at the opportunity to...
Well, I mean, I think you did
opine.
a pretty masterful job of addressing it, Mr. Neguse, but I would add just two things. One, it's worse than you say, because it doesn't just apply to cases against the government, it applies to private cases as well. There's nothing in the language here that would exempt a case between two private parties, two commercial parties. And so, but your final point, I think, is the key one. It's blatantly unconstitutional. because the power to hold someone in contempt for a court is an inherent judicial power and has always been deemed to say that. They don't need to wait on Congress to give them the power to hold someone in criminal or civil contempt for refusing compliance with a court order, any more than we do when we at least used to, engage in the inherent powers of contempt that Congress has against people. We don't need to wait for another branch of government to give us that power. So it is unconstitutional. It's ridiculously broad, and it's a very ham-handed approach to what their real issue is. They don't like the fact that Judge Boasberg, who was a Bush appointee when he first got on the bench, he was Justice, which he was one of the justices' roommates at Yale, I think. Well, anyway,
Kavanaugh.
he's a
Kavanaugh.
Yeah, Kavanaugh. He was Justice Kavanaugh's roommate. He was a pillar of the conservative bar, right? Well, they don't like his opinion because he said, turn the planes around and give this guy due process. And then they laughed at him. I mean, the president of El Salvador was tweeting, oopsie, we made a mistake, like he was mocking the judge. And this is a judge who doesn't fool around. He's a stickler for the rule of law. And so he said, I think there's probable cause to believe that whoever in the administration disregarded my authority and didn't turn the planes around and didn't guarantee due process is in contempt of court. And he said, and I'm going to get to the bottom of it, and I don't even need to rely on the marshals of that report to the Attorney General. I can appoint my own people to go get them, and I can also use civil contempt and slap fines and liens on people. So this whole provision is really targeted at him and other judges who are saying a judicial order is not something that anybody, including the President of the United States or people who report to him, can defy with impunity. Because under Article 6 of the Constitution, we have a supreme constitution. We don't have a supreme dictator in America. The Constitution is what governs us all, and it's emphatically the province and the duty of the courts to say what the Constitution means.
I agree, Ranking Member Reskin. I think you articulated it well, and maybe my hypotheticals earlier were a bit too obtuse. I'll give a tangible example. There was a case a few years ago, Ranking Member Raskin, you're probably familiar with this, Missouri versus Biden, right? This is a case, Chair Jordan, I know you're familiar with this case as well, because you led an amicus brief in this case, right? This was a case initiated by the Missouri Attorney General against the Biden administration for their perception that the Biden administration was engaged in censorship of conservative voices on social media. And Chair Jordan, you led an amicus brief on behalf of Judiciary Republicans in that case. A permanent injunction was issued in that case against the Biden administration. The state of Missouri was successful. Chair Jordan, do you know if a security was issued in that case?
Don't know, it's up to the judge.
It was not. There was no security in that case.
It's up to the judge.
Well, no, this is the point. There was no security in that case because under existing rules, it is not the case under Rule 65, subsection C, generally speaking, as a matter of just general practice, security is not issued, or rather required, in cases involving the government. And that is the point. If this provision became law...
It could be required, the judge waives it. That's what happens.
If this provision became law, two things would happen. Two things. One, the permanent injunction that I suspect remains in place in that case would no longer be enforceable. So just for the record, the permanent injunction that you worked so hard to secure against the Biden administration, that's gone. You can't enforce it anymore because of this provision. And then secondly, as we've probably belabored here at this point, it would make it very difficult, potentially, for similar types of lawsuits to be initiated in the future by prospective plaintiffs against the federal government if they feel as though their constitutional rights are at risk. So anyway, I will close there, but I think it's a deeply problematic provision. It ought to be removed. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Do you feel properly instructed now?
Fine, I'm fine.
You're properly
Yes.
instructed. Thank you. Mr. Griffith, do you have any questions or comments you'd like to make?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do.
Recognize.
First, I want to respond to Mr. Negus's question of why we started this meeting at 1 o'clock in the morning. And there may be different opinions, but when the chair lady was out and I was sitting in the chair in our meeting on Monday, I said to members on the other side of the aisle, I don't remember who was in the room or not, but there were Democrats in the room. I said, look, the reason we want to start is that you all will have a lot to say. We want you to have time to say it in. And if we don't start early and we want to get this done, we have to start early. And I said, now, if y'all want to put a restriction on the time, we could start later in the morning perhaps. And then there was no response directly to that, but there was a response that something along the lines of, we're glad you're not going to try to limit our time as has happened in some other committees. So, I mean, we could have worked out a different time, but, and it's true that we have set the clock as to when we want to try to get this bill across if we have the votes to do so. And that's within the majority's prerogative. But the reason we're meeting at 1 a.m., Madam Chair, in my opinion, based on that discussion, was that the Democrats did not want to restrict themselves to 2 hours or 3 hours of discussion on this. We've already been at it over 6 hours, and that's appropriate. But it just strikes me as just one of those oddities in life. You complain that we start at 1 o'clock in the morning when what we're trying to do is to accommodate the ability for members of this committee on the other side of the aisle to speak their mind. And now, hang on, I get to say my piece. If that was not the case, and if people were willing to say each panel is only going to have an hour, we could have started later, and that was not the case. And I respect that, but I just don't want to be whipsawed by saying, well, y'all started in the middle of the night for some other reason. The reason was so there'd be plenty of time so we can get through this thing, let everybody have their chance to say their piece, and then we can move forward. So with that said, I will ask this question of Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan, is there anything that you didn't have an opportunity to say in the discussion that's occurred thus far that you had great desire to say?
Well, I was just going to say, I think the overall legislation is good legislation. Cuts taxes, secures the border, requires work, and gives moms and dads the ability to pick the school that they think their kid's going to get the best education. Those are 4 fundamental principles that I think vast majority of Americans agree with. That's why I think the bill is so good overall. And I think what we were able to do in our committee, particularly proud of, in that the fact that we were charged with just spending, allocating resources to keep the border secure, but also we're able to bring in revenue to help help offset the cost to secure to keep our border secure.
All right. I thank the gentleman. I have no additional questions. You yield back.
If you'd yield just a moment to me, I was going to answer a bit ago. I agree with what you're saying about why we started so early. Mr. Negus had said we'd be on the floor between 11 and 12, I believe, today. And so starting at 6 o'clock, at 1 a.m., and hopefully we'll be on the floor by that time, so we won't be passing bills in the dark of the night. But I want to quote President Obama saying, there's a fierce urgency of now. We're not the only ones that have felt a fierce urgency of now.
Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, I yield my time back to you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just want to respond by simply saying there's no urgency to pass this bill tomorrow or on Friday, we could easily do it when we come back. And so, nice try by saying that it's our fault that we're meeting at 1 o'clock in the morning. I appreciate that. But you know what? This is important stuff, and it's going to impact a lot of our constituents, yours included. And this debate should happen in the light of day. And the fact that it isn't, basically, I believe, is because you guys don't want people to know what is in this bill. So I thank the chair lady. I yield back.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I really did appreciate when Representative Griffith sat on the chair because he did answer questions. He, It was a lot of, well, we don't really know, there's tweaks, right? He kept saying there's going to be tweaks in these bills, and the tweaks haven't even started. But the reality is we could have started this at 7 o'clock in the morning and still had all day long to talk, right? Still had all day long to explain to the American people what we are doing here. Where we could have maybe not forced every chair and ranking member to sit as if though they were on a cheap airplane or something. Look at them. They can't even open their hands. They are crushed in here. There's no reason to be doing this in the dark of night. I've been calling it the vampire committee because it seems like they're going to just suck all the health care away from Americans in the middle of the night. I think it is a good thing that we are asking questions, because it's over 1,100 pages, and not everybody has seen it, and we still haven't seen the last pages that might blow a lot up. And so the American people do deserve to have this set at a time when we are not coming in the dark. And yes, if we went, I'm looking at Chairman Westerman, it turns out our hearing wasn't very long compared to the rest. But you started at a reasonable time, and we kept going. The Ag Committee reasonably said there's a lot here, and they said it for 2 days. There is no reason we needed to come here at 1 a.m., except for that you want to push this through. You then passed a rule that Representative Roy had to walk out so he could not vote no, but you then rush everything. You want to get everything done in 1 day. You want to get everything done in 1 day. You're going to have the biggest transfer of wealth in American history, and you're going to do it in 1 day. That's your goal. And I don't know if it's because you're worried that maybe some Republicans won't be here to vote. Well, if this is that important for them, they should show up and vote. They should be at this hearing, right? We know you have to step out. We've been here since 1 o'clock. Democrats have pretty much been here, except for we're going to step out and grab a little quick something to eat, refill our coffee bottle. But Republicans aren't even showing up. Republicans aren't asking questions. They're not willing to defend what they're doing in this bill. That's a reality. But I wanted to, I had thought I would follow up a little bit on the conversation with Chairman Jordan, because I need to say, Chairman, last Congress, I sat here and I saw you and Ranking Member Jerry Nadler being in great, it was great. I felt like I was in an alternate reality. I told you, it's like, oh my God, that's amazing.
That was FISA. That was FISA.
That was FISA.
Yeah, it's coming back. We're going to do that again.
Yeah,
I'm working on Mr. Raskin.
Yeah, but what you were concerned about and what united you and the top Democrat on the committee was a belief in constitutional principles. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't think the government should be spying on Americans.
But if you believe in that constitutional principle, shouldn't you believe in all of the constitutional principles?
I do.
Yeah, well, thank you, because you actually even wrote a Washington Post article about that, and I'm going to quote it because it says, we can balance, this is your Washington Post article, we can balance
First time I've had an op-ed in the Washington Post. That's
You
right.
did write an op-ed in the Washington Post. I'll send it to you. It's a Washington Post editorial, and your words were, we can balance the need to protect Americans' fundamental constitutional rights with the need to give our intelligence and law enforcement agencies the tools to fight those who want to do us harm. You still agree with that?
Yeah, I don't recall if you voted for our warrant requirement amendment last year. I hope you did, but you'll get a chance. You'll get a chance in 10 months to.
But this issue of
deal with it
believing
again.
in due process, I think, means you need to believe in due process. You need to believe in our constitutional rights, even when it's dealing with due process. And Chairman Jordan, is there anything in this bill that protects Americans' due process?
There's nothing that harms American due process. I mean, the
Oh,
Supreme Court's
nothing
been
that
clear.
harms Americans' due process. Maybe I'll ask Ranking Member, part of the problem of why we're so worried about due process right now is we have a president who is violating due process, who is sending citizens, deporting citizens with their children who have brain cancer.
Not dis-
They are deporting
That's not accurate.
citizens. They deported citizens' children. They
Not-
deported citizen children who needed medical care. They have said oops numerous times. And in fact, I'm sure, Chairman Jordan, you know what the meaning of habeas corpus is, don't you? Do you know the meaning of habeas corpus?
Yeah,
What is the meaning of habeas corpus?
Yeah, release of the, I think in technical, release of the body. It's like, there's a process, you can't just be detained, there's a process you have to be able to access in order to be released. So it's critically important, but.
Well, Secretary, the thing is, Secretary Noem thinks that habeas corpus means you get to just deport people, right? That's what she testified. Ranking Member, what are some of the reasons why we should be concerned about due process in this moment, and why it might have been a good thing to actually put some protections in this bill?
Well, the provision that we were just discussing about the court's authority to hold government officials in contempt is a provision that's all about due process, right? Because what's happening is you get judges like Judge Boasberg, who says, no, this person cannot be deported from the country without due process. The whole Supreme Court has now agreed with that. Justice Scalia, by the way, was a great champion of the idea that the due process liberty protected by the Constitution applies not just to citizens, but to non-citizens. It doesn't apply exactly the same way, but the rudimentary elements of it are there. What are the elements of due process? The right to see evidence against you, the right to adduce evidence on your own behalf, the right to be represented by counsel, the right to appear before a neutral fact finder who's going to impartially make a decision. That's all the Supreme Court is saying. And then the answer, that Donald Trump and his administration have been making, and unfortunately some of our very smart colleagues have followed along with this, is, well, that guy's really MS-13. Well, maybe or maybe not. Maybe he's Proud Boys. Maybe he's Oath Keepers. Who knows? Bring the evidence against him. But the point is, you don't send somebody with no due process to a torturer's dungeon in El Salvador and then say things about him after he's gone. That's not how it works in America. And that's why Judge Boasberg, again, a very conservative judge, says, bring him back. If you want to charge him with 50,000 crimes, charge him with 50,000 crimes. You want to deport him, do it according to the law, and not the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, because we're not at war. Guess who decides whether there's war? Congress decides. We declare war, not the president, right? And you can't fabricate an invasion of the country that doesn't exist. Consult with the Supreme Court about it. So, I think that the role of the Judiciary Committee and the House of Representatives and the Congress has got to be to uphold the rule of law. And the framers really expected us to advance the rule of law, even if the president was violating it. In fact, they expected us, especially in that case, to be defending the prerogatives of Congress. We've got the power to declare war. We've got the power to regulate commerce internationally, which means tariffs, right? I mean, President Trump invoked IEEPA, which doesn't mention tariffs and has never been used for tariffs before, right? So they're invoking a whole series of emergencies that usurp congressional lawmaking power and end up violating due process rights. So I agree with you.
Right, and when you have a president or any leader just constantly saying there's an emergency, when there isn't one, there's an invasion, when there is not war, and then saying we can do whatever we want, and who doesn't even seem to know what the Constitution is. The worry is that that is a march to fascism if we aren't already there.
Well, you've got it. I mean, the key trick of authoritarians is to invoke an emergency exception, whether or not it actually exists in the Constitution or not. And Carl Schmitt, who's a famous fascist theorist, wrote about that you want to try to occupy the space of emergency so all bets are off. You can trample free speech, you can trample free assembly, you can trample due process rights. So much of what's taken place during this first 120 days is the people and those of us in Congress who are willing to stand up, and those law firms and colleges and universities and newspapers willing to stand up, defending the idea of the normal Constitution and not that we're in some kind of emergency which allows the president to do whatever he wants.
And we have a president who has used the Department of Justice to attack the free press, to attack education, to attack members of Congress. And what we are doing by asking the questions tonight, by doing the amendments that Republicans keep voting down, is saying no. We are saying no to the concept that you can do away with what Americans hold dearest every time where is our American flag? Well, there's one. Where every time we pledge allegiance to the American flag, it's to the Constitution and the rule of law that is represented there, and people have lost their lives defending it. And in Judiciary, Chairman Jordan said, we haven't deported any citizens, but we know we have children who needed health care. But just to make sure that won't happen again, it's my understanding that there was an amendment that would have prevented Immigration and Customs Enforcement from using funds to detain and deport United States citizens. What was the vote on that amendment, Chairman Jordan?
I would just point out there's nothing in existing law or this package that authorizes the deportation of U.S. citizens. The Democrats' amendment would have, related to U.S. citizens, would prohibit Homeland Security investigations from arresting U.S. citizens who engage in human trafficking, child exploitation, or narcotic smuggling. Nothing in our bill, nothing in current law allows for the deportation of U.S. citizens.
The problem is that right now we have an administration who is doing that, so we wanted to protect the American citizens from such detention and deportation. And the question was, what was the vote? And the vote was, Ranking Member Raskin?
Well, I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was a party line vote.
It was a party line vote. Not a single Republican was willing to vote to say citizens should not be detained and deported. So I wanted to note that there is money in here for $46 billion for a border wall. There's a whole lot more money for jails. And many, right now I think that there is a concern of the American public about issues of corruption, that we are seeing billions and billions of dollars being funneled to private corporations, right? We're seeing a lot of stuff that is
Ya la